extraordinary thing about so many of the people supporting Pauline Hanson. They hate Albanese. They actually think supporting Pauline Hanson is going to bring Albanese undone. And of course, this is complete nonsense. The Labor Party knows that the best guarantee it has, the best guarantee Anthony Albanese has of remaining in office is Pauline Hanson getting a strong vote. That is the reality.
Aren't you, in many ways, making the coalition match fit, pushing them to more conservative positions, which will be good for them and in the end perhaps bad for One Nation?
I don't care as long as it's about what's the right for Australia. So if I can have that influence and force them, because this is what the Australian people want.
So you're not out to destroy the coalition. If you make them more conservative and more successful, you'll feel as if you've done your job.
Well, I am doing my job. Even that's putting pressure on the Labor Party at the moment, aren't they?
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to our Tuesday evening episode of the Eureka Conservative. As you can see, my co-host is behind me, about to get up on his position on the couch as we get into what no doubt will be a deep dive into everything that is going on in Melbourne, Victoria, Australia, the world. I've got two regular guests coming on tonight in Dr. Rami and Ben from Australian Talks. So once they get on, I'll double check whether they're actually, they're not quite on. They've got the invite link. So I'm going to have to do a bit of a monologue until they're ready. If you've been watching or haven't been watching my morning episodes, we now go Monday to Friday, around about 9 o'clock, sometimes a bit later than that, depends on when I get up. And we've been having some good episodes there, covering all sorts of different things. What's dominated our episodes in the last week has been this AFL fast with first the Sydney Football Club and then the Richmond Football Club. So, it just goes on and on and on. We've also covered today the emergence of AI and robotics. A lot of people are fearful of that. I think if you do a bit more research, you won't be fearful of it. You'll actually look forward to it. But we'll go over that a bit tonight. So there's two topics of conversation that we want to do. There was an unfortunate death of a dad who took his own life because of the hate he got from the left. Now, this gentleman was a member of the NSN, so keen to get Ben's views on that. No one should be forced into that position in any circumstance, let alone because they just simply hold a different political view to either you or I. The left are becoming increasingly insane, and nothing shows that more than the radical feminist left, who over in the USA and here with these AFL issues, but over in the USA with this Lindsay Clancy affair, are really giving the public a full view of what it means to be a radical lunatic female, a female feminist. Now, this is not all females, but this is the radical feminist. They're just insane with what they're doing with Lindsay Clancy. So let me just check that everything here is working, because I did have a day this week where I was talking for 20 minutes just to myself. So, and it is. And I'll just check my messages, make sure the boys aren't having any trouble. Sometimes they do. So I better just double check them. Sorry, got to get the glass on with all that. Chat. Okay, haven't got any messages yet. So hopefully the boys aren't far away. So there's a lot going on with politics leading up. One Nation have announced some of their lower house members. No one in my area, so that's what I'm pretty keen on looking at, because I need to decide whether I'm going to vote for them or look elsewhere. Interesting debate about immigration going on within One Nation circles. They need to get that messaging clearer. And I'm not too sure about this Farley guy for One Nation. Here we go. We got Remy on board. Good evening, Remy.
Hey, good evening. Can you hear me?
Mate? Hold on, I got to put my glasses on. I got to see what hat you're wearing. Oh, it's on backwards. What's it say?
Make Australia great again.
Oh, well, there you go. Good hat. Good hat. How are you, mate? Keeping out of trouble?
Yeah, trying to.
I'm just waiting Ben's post to be joining us at some stage. So it'll be just us three tonight. So we've gone from the Big J group to the big group. So we'll see how that goes. So
sounds great.
Yeah, I think we got a bit to discuss. Oh, there we go. He's got rid of the mirror effect.
Yeah,
that's better.
it.
Yeah. So, mate, have you been following all the AFL nonsense?
No, not really.
Haven't you? Oh, mate.
No,
in my morning, because I'm a Victorian, because I'm a Melbourneian, it's bizarre, mate. I'm actually defending another club in another city, but they've now come for my club in the past 2 days. So I talk about woke, and I think it's just a real window into the way our society's going, with the way what we tolerate, what we don't tolerate, and especially with the radical feminists out there. And there's an element within men as well that just seem to be what Arnie Schwarzenegger used to call girly men. So they're basically, you have trans women, but I think we've actually now got to the point you've got trans feminists, men who want to be radical feminists. The pile-on is crazy. I mean, you just can't do what we used to be able to do normally, and everyone would have a bit of a nudge and a wink and a bit of fun with it. And now, if you do that, the moralists from on high, these people must live Puritan lives because they come down and cast judgment on everyone as though they've never done anything similar in their lives. And at the same time, we've got all these other issues going on, but this is what the media choose to play upon. So you don't know anything about it then, mate?
No, what happened?
You don't know? Oh, my God. How can you not know anything? You're in Sydney, right? What sports?
Soccer, of course.
Oh, right. Okay.
But I did see, I saw a clip come up on my timeline where somebody was shooting a couple of players who were like having fun at the back, being like, dorky. Dorky is the word?
Dorky.
Dorky. Yeah.
Oh, no, that was my club, Richmond.
Okay.
So that all led on from a week ago. No, I'll try and do this as quick as I can.
Okay.
A week ago, Sydney came down to Melbourne to play Essendon. They beat Essendon, and they've got this round 24 game, which meant nothing. It wasn't really going to affect the ladder positions, certainly wasn't going to affect Sydney's position. So the coaching staff and the players decided, well, let's go out and celebrate what's a great season, because they finished second on the ladder. So they're premiership contenders. Now, the club was at fault. The players were at fault. There should have been more supervision and all that sort of thing. But with young men, mate, you're in the prime of your life. You've got red blood pumping through your veins. If you get a green light to go out and celebrate with a bunch of other young men, the chances of you doing something stupid is pretty high. I remember what it was like to be a young man, even though I'm old now. And if I got judged by the things we did when I was in my 20s with my mates, the way they're being judged now, I'd be in jail. So these guys went out, they had a dinner, they had obviously quite a few beers, they were enjoying themselves, and they got back to their hotel room, and one of them thought, hey, let's have a good time and hire some strippers. So they got 3 strippers to come in off the OnlyFans website, and they were doing, this is the rumours, because there's been a big hubbub about it, and it's now in the hands of Victoria Police. But the rumour going around, and I stress these are rumours, is there was a lot of byplay. There was no sex or anything like that. They were just doing lap dances. They were snorting cocaine off these girls' bodies. And these are sex workers. They knew what they were going in for. And what the big hoo-ha was is one of the main players, one of the best players in the AFL, Isaac Heaney, he was giving this one stripper $50 to allow one of the players to slap her on the butt. Now, is that great behaviour? No, I wouldn't participate in it. I'm sure plenty of men wouldn't, but I understand men who do. You know, I've been around them. So anyway, she got slapped in the butt 3 times. And on the 4th time, when they slapped her on the butt, they refused to pay her. So they paid her $50 for the first 3 slaps, and then they didn't pay her for the 4th. She's
so $50 a slap.
Yeah, which is pretty cheap, I'm going to say. So she's now gone apeshit. She's accused them of violence against women, or the media have done this. But she just, gone down the foyer. She's confronted their coach and had a crack at him about what this is like, and that no one really knew these details at first. All that everyone knew is that there was women in this room. Apparently there had been allegations of abuse against these women. So the media naturally jumped onto sexual abuse and violence. And there was a police investigation, but then more and more came out each day. And what it's turned out, the police haven't even interviewed these footballers, haven't laid any charges. But in the meantime, the footballers, innocent to proven guilty, I thought, they've been suspended for the whole season. They've been barred from going to the Brownlow Medal night, which is one of the biggest nights in the AFL. They've had to go to ground because of the media coverage of all this. One of the guys has potentially lost his fiancée and his relationship there. They're all being talked about being traded out of the club, but what other teams would take them? Remembering they haven't been found guilty, no charges laid, nothing on there. The accusations of sexual assault and violence have gone out the window. And it all comes back to this butt slapping, apparently. Now, they've interviewed other people, but now you've got Carbone Lawyers and Slater and Gordon. Now, they're firms that are now representing these strippers, hookers, whatever you want to call them. And they're looking to sue the players, the AFL, Sydney Swans, upwards of $200,000 each.
Oh, it's a money grab.
Exactly. But that all came out after the media had just piled on over them, and they copped it on social media and all this. Now, were the players dumb? Yes, they were. Did they break any laws? No, they weren't. Apparently, there's a couple of bags of cocaine in the hotel room. No one's owning up to whose that is. So the police really, for them, considering what the police would normally have to deal with, this is a nothing burger, right? So they've now got everyone moralising on them, and they had on Sydney on the weekend, they had this walkout. So all these wokers, you had the AFL women's who've now somehow been painted as victims, even though this had nothing to do with them.
Oh, wow. Oh, my God.
Yeah, mate, it gets worse.
That's the best part, I think.
So you had the double header. You had the AFLW women's Sydney Swans team.
Oh, my God.
First, and then the men's followed them. So all these wokers decided when they'll go support the women's.
They're going to have to make it about them one way or another.
Oh, well, they did. So they said they're going to go and support the women's, but then they're going to walk out after the women's game so they don't watch the men's, which a number of them did, but there was still quite a lot there that watched the men's. And the men's team, to their credit, they've basically cost themselves the premiership. 3 of the players are automatic picks in their best 20. Easy. One of them, Isaac Heaney, would be the best player in the league. Now, they're just virile boys who've gone out, let their hair down, done some stupid shit, but the club has panicked because of the brand and the corporate sponsors and supporters. So they've gone ahead, and because the media was saying, there has to be a hefty penalty, even though the media didn't know what had happened in that room, and no one still entirely knows, the media basically pressured them into putting a big penalty on. Now, everyone's lauding the CEO and the president because of this penalty. but we still don't know what went on in that room. And the only thing you got is by rumor. And then when you've got these, if you see it, mate, you should look it up. I'll try and get it up here in a minute. The lawyer that's representing them, he's like a mafia lawyer from Italy who is a part of you remember the film The Godfathers?
Yeah.
So you'd know all this. He looks seriously a sleazy. He's got the hair slicked back. It's down here. He's even talking with the Sylvester Stallone slang. And I'm going, you got to be kidding me. This is just a money, like you said, a money grab. This has got nothing to. They've had one little incident, and these hookers have gone and blown this up, and now everyone's poured on, and they're going, how good's this? We're getting money. To top that off, my Richmond team, they finished their season on Saturday night, so they've gone out for their Mad Monday, and they've gone all the way down to Gippsland to Garfield in the local pub. They've booked out the pub. And when you have a Mad Monday with players do stupid things. They get drunk, do sort of stuff. But most of the time, they're not harming anyone. And sure enough, they've booked out the entire pub. The playing roster's gone down there. They've all enjoyed a beer. And 2 media personnel have gone down there before they got there, inquired at the hotel where the Richmond was coming. They said yes, let them know. But they've then hid behind bushes to take video of the Richmond players. They had their shirts off, they're having a beer, and they had this game going where obviously it was a beer game. They were just enjoying themselves where they were whipping each other. Now, why they're whipping each other is beyond me. Everyone's assuming they were taking the mickey out of the butt slapping from the Sydney rooms. But all of a sudden,
I think that's the clip that I've watched.
Yeah. So this is what the media are blowing up about. These guys have broken no laws. They've not touched a single woman. There was no woman at the function. They've not assaulted anyone. They've not attacked anyone with the machete. They're just young men who've gone out and had a good time, and the media are now hauling them over hot coals. And bizarrely, their own club, they say, we're embarrassed by their behaviour. I'm going, what are you embarrassed by? These are just young men having a good time. And sadly, and this is where Benny would love to be part of this, is when he gets on, I hate to say it, and you know the soccer team, the Aussie soccer teams, the Socceroos, what did the media and all the woke use that for? To promote diversity within Australia? Because there was all these African immigrants and all that went in there. Well, predominantly in the AFL circles, these are white men. So they're now trying to taint all white men as demons, as misogynists, as rapists, as people who perpetuate violence. And then at the same time, while this is happening in Australia, you've got this, I don't know whether you've watched the Lindsay Clancy shit going on in the USA, where that mum who strangled her 3 kids to death. And she's a little bit about and she's trying to go, it's, what do they call it? It's post baby fucking depression or some shit. And all these women are coming out with the love hearts and supporting her, and they're trying to make out the man did it. And then two of the reasons they've given for the man did it, well, he's a white male and he's a Gemini. That's their reasons, the Candace Owens shit. And mate, I've been following this and commenting on it, and the more I comment on it, the more crazy it gets. And I should never have started, because I wanted to get away from it, because there's obviously other more important issues I would have thought. But it does drag you back to the insanity of our society at the moment, that while we have, on the weekend, we had 2 women get stabbed in the neck by an Afghan refugee. All right? We have gangs still blowing up tobacco shops in Melbourne. We have armed gangs at train stations all over Melbourne, armed with machetes, taking on innocent people on our streets. We have houses being broken into, cars being jacked. Oh, you name it, we've got it in Melbourne. And the only thing they're worried is whether these AFL footballers were having a good time or not. They didn't do anything wrong. I mean, what's there to cover? They put this thing with Richmond at the pub. They put this as a lead news story, as breaking news. And when I was watching, I'm going, what in God's name is our media doing?
Oh, man. I don't know where to begin. I mean, well, first of all, at the end of the day, we really don't know what happened. So you can't really tell whether these guys did something or did not do something. There's still a possibility that the allegation might be true, because
That's right.
no one was there, and she might be honest. Like some guys are crazy, especially when they're drunk and doing drugs.
Yep.
That's the way that I see it. But we don't have context. Like the media shouldn't be commenting on something that hasn't been ruled yet by the court, especially when there's no evidence. But I'll tell you what, the one person throughout all this that deserved this is the guy who had a fiance. Like, why would you go to a place like this if you're in a relationship?
Absolutely. No,
Yeah.
that
guy deserves it.
Yeah, and listen, he deserved his girlfriend walking out on him. They all deserve to get a rap across the knuckles. I mean, if I had been president of the club, I would say we know no details about this. They have broken our club rules, so they're going to get suspended for this last round. We're going to fine them. But until more information comes out and we know exactly what's going on, they will be available for selection as per normal thereafter. And once we know what we don't know, and once you guys know what you don't know, we can make further judgments then. Yeah. But instead, our woke sports administration, because they can't get the LGBTQ mob offside, they can't get the feminist offside, because of all the AFLW, they can't get all these other woke politicians offside. And, mate, you've now got judging these men and judging all men. So that this is now becoming what really pissed me off on the weekend. I put a tweet out, it went viral. So the public is pushing back. I got no doubt from the response I said. We had Hawkins from Geelong. So now the AFL it just gets bigger and bigger and bigger. So the AFL with Channel 7, and Channel 7 are biased because if the AFL's rating drops and supporters drop, so their business brand drops, right? Because they cover the AFL.
Uh-huh.
So the AFL now are doing all this moralising. So they get one of their main ex-footballers, Hawkins from Geelong, to come on to say, well, how he's got a wife and daughters and how all men now have to have a good look at themselves. And I go, hold on.
Oh, my God.
I've done nothing wrong. Go, pardon my French here, everyone watching. Go fuck yourselves. I mean, so I wrote a similar tweet. It was actually a really nice tweet. I wrote a really long one. Mate, within about a day, it had 1,000 likes. It had 300 comments. And the vast bulk of those comments were backing up everything that I've written. And what I also put in there is the last group of people that should be lecturing us men or anybody else in society is sports people, politicians, celebrity, and the media. You look what the league is lecturing men about how they treat women. This is the same league who only a week before gave a green light for a biological men to play in their female competitions.
Yeah, but the way that I see it, like wokeism is dead, and I think whenever the media is like coming up with all these headlines and breaking news, I don't actually think people watch that shit. I think the majority of people wouldn't give a crap about it, really. I'm one of them. I don't care. I don't know anybody around me that would care. I feel like, I think if you're into AFL and I think if you're, onto the news, of course, like you'd be aware of it. But like for someone like me, your average guy who isn't really into sport, I couldn't care less. I mean, the main thing is we still don't know whether the allegations is true or not, and I think this has become an opportunity now for different companies as different sects of society to make it a PR, taking advantage of it as a PR opportunity. Everybody's going to try to virtue signal and and run PR. That's what I think.
Well, the reason you need to care and everybody else needs to care, especially, I'll tell you, needs to care is us. I hate to say it because it buys into the NSN and the group and stuff, which I'm not. But I'm starting to go, maybe they've got a point. For example, I have no doubt if this was a group of Islamic men who did this, non-story. I have no doubt if this is an indigenous group of men who did this, non-story. If this was a group of Asian men who did this, non-story. But the fact that it is actually white men, Aussie men who did this, it's a story. That's where
we still don't know if they did it or not, right?
Or whatever.
The
fact that they were in a room with women and there's been an accusation of inappropriate behaviour, so we don't know what that is. So we don't know what they've done. It doesn't matter. All I'm saying, if that had been the same circumstances with any one of those other groups, you wouldn't have heard a thing. If this was the Socceroos team that the media love, they would have brushed it under the carpet. But as soon as they can get their hooks into men, and listen, I've got women in my lives. If any man treats a woman inappropriately, they're scum of the earth and they deserve the whole thing that comes their way.
Absolutely.
But in our society with the media, how many times did the media turn a blind eye, for example, about how Islamic women are treated?
Thank you. Yeah,
and they ignore Sharia law. There's this double standard, and we've been watching it happen in England, and this is why it's bigger than sport, but it's now the media starting to bring it to our shores. And for me, it's just crystallized this week, especially with what the bullshit's going on over in America with this Lindsay Clance. The crazy thing here is what's crystal clear to me. The media, the radical Islamists, the radical feminists, and the crazy left, they're actually all in a bit of unison here. And they're
For now.
You don't think it'll last?
No, I don't think so. I believe that, certain groups are just taking advantage of other groups for now until they get, they get in big numbers. After that, thank you very much. I don't think I've yet to come across, for example, a Muslim person that would agree with anything the left stand for, except for socialism. But every other take, whether it's like a social take on something or a specific civic, they don't agree with them on almost everything. So I think they're just taking advantage of them. But I'm pretty sure they're just taking advantage of this. And I think the left is also taking advantage of, it goes both ways. But I think at the end of the day, the LGBTQ or the left, the hard left, is going to lose at the end of the day.
They're going to lose to the Islamists.
Correct, yeah.
Yeah, well, it's like what's going on over in, have you been following much of the primaries in America?
A little bit. I haven't been watching the news for the past 1 month.
There we go. I'm catching you up, mate. So they've now got the DSA element as a part of the Democratic Party. So that's the Democratic Socialist, which is being now dominated by very much Islamic-friendly candidates. In fact, a lot of them are Islamic candidates. And they're basically taking over the Democrat Party, and they're getting their people elected as the primary candidate for that Senate seat. So in these strongholds for Islamic communities, these people are actually getting up. It's putting the fear of God into a lot of people. There was
I've seen a clip of one of these candidates that's been circulating online. He's like Mandani 2.0.
Is that the one Jesse Waters interviewed in the last 24 hours?
Yeah, I don't know. It must be him because he's probably the most popular candidate at the moment. But we really don't have to go all the way to another continent, Bob. I think we have something very similar going on here with the Muslim Voice Matters. That's an organization now that's like scares the shit out of me. I'm somebody who's always at the voting booth, speaking to people, speaking to voters, and the way that I've seen these people campaign and how deceiving they are, it makes my hair stands on my shoulder or my arm, whatever you call it.
Yeah, but according to the media, the biggest issue we've got is a couple of footballers or a few footballers in a beer garden having a good time.
Yeah.
It's we just don't we don't see the trees for the forest. It's
you know this other headline I came across, which is Lakamba wants to set up a prayer call speakers or something on the mosque.
A call to prayer.
A call to play to prayer. I think most people are unaware, but it's a call for prayer. You know, in this age, 2026, is number one. It's the stupidest idea, because the whole purpose of call for prayer is because back in the day, people didn't have smartphones. They didn't know when to pray. Everybody has a smartphone now. Everybody has a watch. All you need is a watch, really, so you can tell what time you should pray. So you're disturbing everybody's, peace, just so you can flex. It's a flex. It's nothing more than that. But what these people who are non-Muslim, who are for it, don't understand is right now in the Middle East, there's one country after another that's banning call for prayers in the Middle East, in Muslim countries.
Okay.
One of the most recent one is Kuwait. Go read the headlines about Kuwait and call for prayers. It seems like we're becoming a third world country, and the third world countries are catching up. That's what it seems like.
Well, another thing I covered today, hold on, I'll just put that into the server. Is the AI and the robotics. And when you talk about Australia becoming a third world country, I've been fascinated by this with where the AI and robotics has taken us to us. And have you watched the games in China? They've had highlights of that with the robots. It's amazing.
The racing, yeah.
It's basically an exhibition of what robotics can now do. It's quite incredible. And the timing of that has come around after Elon Musk and a few others have conducted a few interviews. And basically Elon Musk is saying within 3 to 5 years, the world will have 100 million robots across the globe, if not a billion. His goal is to have one robot per every human. There's another one goes, no, we need more than that. We need two, because when we need 2 robots per human, because when this takes off, we're going to need the labor. And the only ones who can provide the labor are the robots. But, I mean, there's a frightening side to it, but there's also a positive side to it. It's going to lead to what Elon Musk calls an era of abundance. So, the universal wage. I'd never really paid much attention to that before. But he's talking, he's talking that the USA economy will become 1 million times larger than what it is now. And he said at that point, the government can pay, when they're talking a universal wage, they're talking a significant wage where everyone basically can live the life of their choice. And they can do whatever the hell they want, because the workers who will be going 24/7 is this robot demographic. So human beings, for the first time in their lives, they'll only have to work if they want to. If they don't want to work, they'll get paid. So that thing you're talking about, their phones and all that, within 5 years, he's saying this will happen within 2031.
You can send a robot to pray on your behalf, I guess.
Well, no. Well, even better, the way this guy described it, they're going to have robots that you can jump into, do all your little things. You could be doing a conference like what we're doing here, and that robot will walk you down to the supermarket and do the shopping while you're sitting inside it, doing a conference. I mean,
I think Elon is one of these guys that over-exaggerate things. He's oftentimes not wrong, but he just whether it's a time frame that he gives you or whether it's a number that gives you a figure, he exaggerates. It's not going to be. We're not going to have 1 billion robots in 5 years. I don't see that happening, but it's true. Like
how many do you reckon we'll have in the next 5 to 10 years?
I think we're not going to mass produce them until 5 years from now. And once we do that, I think it's going to become a process of how the economy is shaped in each country. I think, one of the things that, like, I'm talking to you right now and my computer is doing things on its own. I've got agents that are doing the exact thing a robot that would do online. And there's about how many? 7 of them running things in the background. I don't have to answer emails. I don't have to do pretty much everything. I'm just, even with my current job, which is, media and editing and all that sort of stuff, it's doing it in the background. It's getting most things you would hire a team for and pay each one of them $20 to $30 an hour. I've got agents doing it now for free. Or
when you say agents, you're talking AI agents?
That's correct. Yeah. Artificial intelligence, and they're doing a great job. They don't get lazy. They don't get tired. They don't complain. They don't take breaks.
Don't go on strike.
Correct. And I feel like the first, and I think a lot of people will disagree with me on this because it's such a scary subject, but I think the first jobs that these agents, and we're not even talking robots yet, but these agents that we currently have, the first jobs they should take away is the government paid jobs. Everybody on the payroll that's sitting in an office the whole day just to answer one Zoom meeting or to answer a phone call or to look up emails, and they're getting $90,000 a year. It's we don't need to pay our taxes to people who we're free to do what we want with our taxes, and I'd rather pay less taxes and get an agent to run things. It's sometimes these people who find a way to get these jobs. I'm not sure how the hiring process goes, because obviously whenever you apply for a government jobs, whether it's admin or receptionist or whatever at a hospital, for example, the hiring process is, if I'm not mistaken, like you'll get a form. The first question is, are you Aboriginal or something else? Like, that's the first question. The second one is, are you LGBTQ? Are you part of the LGBTQ community? Like, you're just trying to get a job, and like they're asking you stupid questions that, they're not asking you how many softwares do you work on? How many years have you been doing this for? What's your English level? No, they don't care. So obviously if you tick all these boxes for them, then you get hired, and the patient end up calling the hospital to book an appointment. And this happened to me before. And you speak to somebody who thinks that they're your boss, whinging to you just because you ask a question, or it's like, where's the respect? You're not even doing your job. I've sent you 3 emails, for the past weeks, and you haven't responded. And these are the people you're paying, their wages right now. And I can't wait for them to be replaced by artificial intelligence, because it will be cheaper and better.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, let's give him the benefit of the doubt. If what Elon Musk is saying, that'll be one of the benefits we get. But look, let's say it's 10 years. I've got no doubt after watching this stuff in China that it's coming. Got no doubt in my mind anymore that it's thing. And what Elon Musk said, he was opposed to this as well. But if you can't beat them, join them. It's like
it's a race.
Well, it's inevitable. It's coming, whether we want it to or not. But when you listen, what Elon Musk did listening to him, he made me a lot more calmer about it. So I had my fears about it. What I think where they're probably going to go with it, it's actually going to take a lot of this out of the government's hands, because the people in government, and this is where I was heading with this other one, they don't know how to handle this. They can't comprehend it. Like we've got a government, when you talk about us becoming third world, we live on a continent, we've talked about this before, where you have every resource available. You have the mines available, you have all that available, nuclear, all this, and we can't even lift the moratorium on uranium so these companies can come in there with their AI centers and have small modular reactors to power them. I mean, we should be embracing this and be on the forefront.
You got politicians, you've got prime ministers and ministers who've never had a real job in their entire life. They went from graduating in high school to working in the government directly straight away, or working for a party straight away. They haven't run a business. What has Chris Bowen done in his life? What has Albo done in his life before they became,
ruin things? That's what they've done.
Ruin this, exactly. So I don't know.
But who even in the opposition parties, and this is the thing that bothers me, who in the opposition parties, let's say Angus Taylor, he's probably the smartest one, but even in One Nation, who we've talked about, who of those would you have confidence in that could lead this sort of path for Australia to transition into this AI robotics phase? We have, like I said, we've got all the resources, all the minerals, all the uranium. We're an island nation, so we're surrounded by water. We've got everything we possibly could want. We've got a low population that, if embraces this, could really benefit from that era of abundance.
I would follow the footsteps of the UAE. Well, what they would do in the circumstances, and they've been doing it for a while, whether it's the UAE or Qatar or Doha, Bahrain, is that they don't have the right people in their countries that can comprehend or understand this on a large scale, or all the nitties and witties, or what they eventually end up doing is hiring somebody from a different country. It doesn't have to be a UAE citizen to run that sector of the government. Maybe they'll put a face to it. They'll hire somebody who is an Emirati to show his face, but in the background, it's you got Europeans running their companies. You got Europeans running their tech companies and managing things. And I think whichever government we have, whichever party is running Australia, I think they should be outsourcing. If there isn't Australian people who are capable of doing these jobs and working on these big scale projects, just hire Europeans, hire Chinese people.
Mate, we had Gina Reinhardt put forward an idea to bring SpaceX to Australia and give them an island. Right. And the ideology screamed no. So, I mean, it does bother me that we could be, I don't know whether the word left behind. There's a lot. The good part is there's a lot of talk about AI centers, but then you've got Chris Bowen saying, well, they've got to be powered by renewables. Oh, here we go. Benny's on. Wow, so I'm sure he'll love this conversation, but hold on, we'll get him in. Benny, where are you? Oh, we'll keep talking. He'll come on board in a minute, I'm hoping. Don't know what he's doing there.
Yeah, you should have me, Bob.
I have got you, Ben.
Yeah, okay. I don't actually have my camera and everything all set up because I'm not back at home at the moment. So
that's all right. We can hear you, mate. We can hear you.
If you can hear me, cool. Yeah, I'll just stick like this then for the conversation. But yeah, continue by all means.
Okay. Mate, we're talking about AI robotics and how well placed Australia may or may not be. And also, actually, because I've been watching, have you been watching the China stuff where they've been having the robotic games? Ben, can you hear me? There we go with Ben. He could be in and out.
By the way, Bob, I'll just put this out there, but I think China is winning the AI race and the robotic race at the moment. I
was reading a very good article about that, and they say China's miles ahead on the robotics race, but America's leading them on the AI.
I don't believe so.
Yeah. Well,
They day by day they're releasing models. The problem is with China is their marketing. They, if you take an unpopular, if you take, for example, Chat GPT or Anthropic, and put it head to head with some of these Chinese models, the difference is non-existent in a lot of situations. Non-existent. And you got one charging you $50 on a task, and you got one charging you $1 on a task, which is the Chinese one. And people who are heavily involved in AI and do a lot of work with AI, they oftentimes use the cheaper ones because naturally you go with them. They just haven't been advertising it much, but the speed and pace they're moving, it's not only scary, but you gotta have to also understand that they don't have access to hardware like the US companies do, and they are still running this race and competing heavily. So NVIDIA, who makes GPU cards that process information and run data centers and everything like that, they banned it. They banned NVIDIA or the US government have restricted NVIDIA to sell their cards to China. So even without access to these cards, they've somehow figured out a way where they run these data centers, and compete and be very successful. When it comes to video models, for example, because I think the future is video models. So you see how people create images and videos sometimes with AI?
Yep.
Okay, so that's vision. The vision capability of AI is what's going to shape the future of AI, because if it has eyes and it can see like human do, then it would be much better at executing tasks, if you get what I mean. Like it understands the subject like a human would rather than just text.
Yeah.
And yeah, they beating the all the US companies at least by 6 to 8 months when it comes to 6 to 12 months when it comes to vision AI, which is insane.
Well, the thing is with all of this is China and America and even European companies are miles ahead of where we're at. So we're lagging behind. We are going to become, I don't know whether you become a third world. The way Musk, and Ben, if you can hear me, you've muted yourself. That's why we can't hear you. I don't know whether that's intentional or not, but you're muted. So I'm looking more towards the robot age. Let's go forward 10 years. And we're in the robot age, and let's just say every household has a robot like it has a vacuum cleaner, all right? That's where the future will ultimately go, whether that takes 5 years, 10 years, 20 years. That's where we'll get to. I actually see everyone's talking about how do we get out of this mess. I actually see that period of time, which is what Musk is referring as to the era of abundance. Without the politicians, that's going to solve a lot of our problems. Because why would any human being, and obviously there's always going to be a couple, if you have a lifestyle where you can do whatever the hell you want to do, and your robot and other robots are manufacturing for you a wage, if you've got that workforce out there that doesn't require pay, shift work, strikes, pay rises, all it needs is maintenance. So the cost of everything will drop. The cost of buying a house will drop because it'll just cost less to make. The cost of cars or everything across the board will go down, but your economy will, explode. So when you're talking about, for example, politicians, a lot of that will get run on AI. How do you solve that? Well, that's where I think your universal wage comes in. So if the economy is exploding, and I didn't really understand this until Musk explained it, and it can afford to pay people not just what they're earning now, but more, then people are going to be pretty content. And a lot of the bullshit we get right now, I think from that period will dissipate. Once they see this model that Musk is turning about, and he's quite realistic. He said there's a 20% chance. I don't like it. He said there's a 20% chance it'll go all AWOL and the robots will come for us. He said, but there's an 80% chance that we're going to have this era of abundance. And for example, a person like yourself, you can do your media as much as you like, but that's your choice. You don't have to do it. People can have their work as a passion instead of a necessity because you're going to be getting paid. Anyway, if you want to go and travel the world, as Musk explained it, eventually if you want to take one of his SpaceX trips to Saturn, you can do that because you're going to be getting the wage to be able to provide you to do it. There's no excuse for world poverty. There's none of this shit that divides us. People would be more... you're going to be actually having that robot, if you can jump inside it, and you're not going to have the laptop, you're not going to have the phone. It's all going to be part of that robot that you're engulfed with. And it's a frightening scenario, but in many ways, it could be also a liberating one. The other part is if countries evolve roughly the same with the technology and the robotics, and this is where you hope they do, well, what's the point of a war? You're going to be sending your robots off to war. Who's going to win that war if you both...
resources.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's where Australia's really well placed, but that also makes us a bit of a target. But America's pretty well placed there as well. And maybe that's why Trump, and people don't see this, the 4D chess, maybe that's why Trump is putting all the chokeholds on these places where the fuel supply is coming through to choke China out of it. I read a really interesting article on that as well. But if Musk is very good friends with Trump, if he's he's friends. He's not as good of friends as he was. But if he's been in Trump's ear about this same thing, Trump's going, shit, we've got 5 years. I've got to get this shit sorted in 5 years so we dominate the supply. Because he would probably know, like that China is ahead of them. But how do you crawl that back? You've just mentioned it, resources. So if you choke off the supply of resources to China...
it's when it comes to AI, it's actually human resources.
You reckon?
Yeah.
What about the robotics?
China has the numbers. Well, think about it. The warehouse, the manufacturing warehouse of the world is China themselves. So if they want to build that scale, they have no issue when it comes to that. When it comes to who's going to win that race, is that I think there's a huge potential that China might win that race because they have the human resources. They have all the tech teams, who went to universities, and the universities were in woke and they actually learned programming, and they all switched on and they don't have any woke ideologies in their brain, and they work hard, and they're gonna, and there's 3 billion of them. $1.5 billion of them. And compared to 300 million in the US, I think it the way that I see it, they have the advantage. But so in other word, Bob, are you saying the future is going to be socialism?
I thought about that yesterday. In a funny sort of way, I would call it a capitalist socialism. Because socialism isn't designed to provide the mass, the citizen mass, with abundance. All right. So, are we all going to get a wage coming in from the government because we've got these robots working for us? Yes. So could you argue that's socialism? Yes.
Socialism is the control of means of production. But if we're given that to AI to do it for us and then distribute it evenly, it does sound like socialism a little bit.
Yeah, but socialism has never raised people up out of poverty.
Maybe AI is the exception. I don't know. But look,
listen, there are parts. If you study it, I think it was Winston Churchill said, capitalism isn't a perfect system, but it's the best system humanity's come up with. Maybe with the AI and the robotics. And don't forget, the big part of that's the AI. I mean, we're talking about Musk is talking about when digital intelligence overcomes where humanity's intelligence got to. He said it's pretty much there now already. It's probably going to come up, and it's a scary thing because humans need to take. If you're going to make the most of it, you probably need to take a step back as humanity, right? And allow the robots and AI to do this. Will they come up with a better model than capitalism to provide that era of abundance? Will it be a combination of socialism, capitalism? Will it come out to be, for example, robotism? Who knows?
We don't know, and it's not going to be 5 years from now, and we don't know yet. But
who knows?
I think there's potential because, Bob, how much money does Australia spend on healthcare every year? How much of his budget? What is it? 20%, 30%?
Oh, no, that's a lot. I don't know exactly what it is. I could I'll find out for you. So what did you want on the health budget?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure it's a ridiculous number. Thanks to the NDIS as well.
Well, that's part of it, isn't it?
Yeah.
What percentage of the Australian budget is taken up by health services? There we go. Let's see what that says. What percent? Oh my God, no spelling mistakes. This is 15%, 15.5%, 106.2 billion.
160.
In 23.
I think.
No, 106.
106.
That was in 23, 24. So that had gone up since then.
So one thing that's going to change within the next 5 years is this number should go lower. If we stop migration, that number should go lower because the advancement in medicine that we have because of AI at the moment and medical models that do research at such pace that scientists and doctors have only been dreaming about. That's going to change everything. Have you heard of I'm pretty sure you've heard of peptides, right?
I've heard of them, don't know much about them.
Okay, so
here's your chance to take the floor. Come on, Rami.
Well,
I don't know what Ben's doing.
Ben, are you still there? Because we can't hear you.
Yeah, boys, I'm still here. I'm just listening, waiting for Rami to tell us the story. Go ahead, Rami.
Oh,
do you know much about peptides, Ben?
I know sort of what they are, but I haven't ever used them in my own personal life. But I are aware of people that do.
Yeah, sorry, I wasn't accusing you. But one thing about peptides is that they've been around for a while, especially in countries like Russia, because they have been very effective treating certain systems, certain things in the human system, and be they're extremely effective when it comes to. Oftentimes, when people hear the word peptide, they assume it's just for weight loss. But what it basically is just a chain of amino acids that targets specific areas in the body to serve a specific function. And it could be your cognitive function, it could be your liver function, it could be your gut function, it could be, something like that. So long story short, it's just this let's call it supplement. It's a supplement that we have that's extremely effective. And right now, I think it's going through its third generation, and it's only and it's already showing a lot of potential. Okay, think about it this way. Think about PlayStation, for example. You had PlayStation 1, PlayStation 2, PlayStation 3. PlayStation 3 is where we are now. So imagine what the 5th generations of peptide technology is going to do for humans. So people who are ill, for example, with cancer, we could potentially fix that in the very near future. If people have any sort of problem, anything in general. So what I'm trying to get at is basically we should be able to see less people going to the hospital, and that's a good thing. And I think that should reduce our health budget, and in theory,
I think the whole
healthier people.
The whole AI robotics thing is going to reduce budgets across the board, whether it's government budgets, corporation budgets, whatever. But at the same time, our production is going to go up. I mean, this is where I was saying it's sort of a new ism. Your production is going to go up. Your product manufacturing is going to go up. The profit margins will go up. The economy is going to grow. That's not socialism, but the UBI concept, the universal wage, can be argued that is a form of socialism, but it's done on the base, from what I can understand, of a capitalist base. And a lot of that, it goes into health. So health, for example, is going to become more affordable. I've got some amazing clips from this account I've been following, and they've got these surgeons. This is in America, and they've got a robot that's completing surgery on a human, and that robot is far safer because it doesn't get tired. Its hands don't shake. It might not have got on the piss the night before. It might not be having an affair with the nurse and they're flirting inside. So that the argument there is this is going to be much more safe, much more effective, and much more cheaper. And the other part that's fascinating now is the involvement of, is it digital printing? I think it's digital printing, where a printer is actually going to produce a human organ for a transplant. So just the scope of what's going. This is where I'm a bit envious, Benny, of your generation, the younger one, because you're going to be the ones that see the massive amount of benefit out of this. I was really, as a bit of a boomer, so being the boomer, we're now the big committee, Ben, the boomer, the immigrant, and the groiper.
That's funny. Yeah, that's funny.
So, I was a bit nervous. I think everyone's a bit nervous about the coming age of the robotics. But listening to Musk, and Remy doesn't seem to be convinced by him, but I was pretty convinced by it.
I'm convinced. I just doubt he's
saying the next 5 to 10 years it'll take over. The reason I give it credibility is I think once it does exceed human intelligence and we get to that point, after that, if you think about how humanity's evolved in just 100 years, I mean, just in 25 years, at the turn of this century, barely anyone carried a mobile phone. A laptop was unheard of. You had to have these big box computers. Now you can carry a laptop in your hand. That's in just 25 years. Now that AI is starting to evolve and get to this point where it's intelligent, will be just better than the combined human intelligence, how much quicker will that accelerate the technology? I think where Musk is right is we'll get to a tipping point, and it's whether it goes one way or it goes the other, whether it goes to that age of abundance, or as that Musk called it, the age of destruction. He said the only thing Musk thinks it can stop us getting to the age of abundance is World War III, a thermonuclear event where we blow all the shit out of each other. But what he's saying is once you get to that age of abundance, a lot of these problems we face as a humanity start to disappear. And I hope and pray to God he's 100% right, because it sounded very, very exciting. Even for me, for example, I hope we get there in 5 to 10 years, because in 10 years I'll be 73 and I haven't got that much put away in the super. So I like the idea all of a sudden of a universal wage getting paid and me able to live this life of abundance. So there's a lot of exciting things to it. There's a lot of frightening things to it. But I think if you take the Musk looking at the glass half full, and he was one, the reason I'm more convinced by Musk is he was one initially, he was like me, He was very wary about this. He's now done a 180 and he's embracing it. And as he said, if you can't beat them, you've got to join them. And I think he's right. I thought with technology, you've got to embrace it because there's no stopping it. You know, China's in on it, America's in on it, countries in England are in on it. In Europe are in on it. This is why I think Australia needs to get to the forefront of it. But I don't think we've got the political intelligence to do it. We've got all the resources. We've got all that. We can, if we don't have the people, bring them in and give them incentive to come into the country to build these industries here. I mean, Australia with 28 million, you know what I'd be looking to do if I was a politician? I'd be on the front foot of this robotics and start building battalions of robot soldiers because we can't defend this freaking country. We may as well build an army of robots who bloody well can and weaponry that can. And the weaponry that was on display in China was mind-blowing. And I'm thinking if we don't get ahead of this, it's going to take – we're gone anyway. So what's your thoughts, Benny? You got any on it?
Well, yeah, mate, the transhumanism dystopia, it's definitely in front of us. It's on the horizon.
Oh,
and
yeah.
The plans for its rollout have been written about at length. But now we're seeing the technology merge with it. And obviously, what was once a potential is now become quite a possibility. And we're trying to grapple with the ramifications of its rollout and the implications of that as well. So in regards to the workforce that's going to be lost, who knows how quickly it's going to happen, but we can best believe that as soon as automation does start to take place, businesses will start to adopt it. They'll have to adopt it to appear competitive with their competitors.
100%.
And so it'll be a race to the bottom. Will it take a sword to the public service pretty quickly as well? Yeah, I believe it will. They'll heavily resist it.
I don't think they will. Because I think what Musk is talking about, and it's not just Musk, I can't remember the other guys. There was 2 or 3 of them talking. This will come on so quickly that what they're arguing, it'll come on so quickly that economies will explode. And because of those economies exploding, that universal wage will become a reality. So, mate, if you're in the public service right now and you're getting told by your government, you need to step aside because we're replacing you with AI and robotics. But you're not only going to keep your wage, you're going to get a 50% increase. Now, for those people that run the companies and do all that, their profit margin is going to go up, but you're not going to replace those people. So over a period of 25 years, all of a sudden, the budget problems we're facing in Australia would disappear because the expenses would go down while taxes would go up because you're getting a massive profits coming off these wages with the economy exploding. I think if you've got...
they'll be predicted to dissipate over time. So the AI will be able to future project that and say that, look, it's going to take a couple of decades, but I'll be able to get there and gradually we'll be able to reduce that down to an acceptable number to eliminate the waste, because that's actually what it'll be doing. It'll be eliminating any waste there, and it'll be improving efficiency, and it'll be looking for any gaps in efficiency as well. Yeah. Because efficiency will be assessed as value loss or value add. And when you're looking at it in that equation, well, the AI will just ensure that everything is a value add. But I think that the deal will be sweetened for many public servants, though. And of course, the UBI is a real thing. They've spoken about that at length and the implementation and necessity of it. If anything, just to offset the rampant criminality which will ensue once people are laid off en masse as a result of automation.
Yeah, but when you keep saying later, I don't think, and again, that was my fear, right? But listening to these guys, I think that a lot of this is going to get taken out of the politicians' hands because they're not capable of keeping up. Albo can't even say the word economy, let alone have the concept of what this is about to happen. And I think when it happens, it's going to happen very quickly. But the way they're talking, yeah, you might be laid off, but you're not going to lose any income. You're still going to have your life.
Yeah, the
Well,
CEO is going to be able to the CEO of the corporation will be able to sell it a lot easier than a politician. The politician will have to sell it in regards to lifestyle and cost of living and affordability in the economy and all those things. A CEO will simply say, I'm responsible to my shareholders, and by making this decision, we've just implemented now, which will be the 20% of 30% increase in benefit for their shareholders. Future decision making of the business going forward, at least for their tenure. It's going to result in what, a 20%, a 30% increase in benefit for their shareholders. So corporations are going to make absolutely
more.
different decisions, what would be, I guess, interpreted as ruthless decisions without taking the human effect into account. And yeah, will it be a mass culling? No, it will not be, because mass culling is not the right terminology for it. And as a result of that, yeah, because you're going to have white collar people that are thrust out of work through no fault of their own and being replaced and being rendered obsolete. Yeah, they're going to have to be compensated. So they're going to have to be given a universal basic income, but it's going to have to increase from that. Now, Elon and Zuckerberg, and I think Bezos is now on record as saying it won't be a universal basic income. It'll have to be a universal high income. And when pressed about what that number will be, they think it'll have to be in the realm of $150,000 a year
US.
for individuals. Yeah.
So that's 200 grand a year. So if you're a public servant who's on 150 grand a year, which most of the basics probably are between 100 and 150, and you're getting told you're going to get 200 grand US, which is what, 240, 50 grand Australian. Mate, most of the public servants, a lot of them, especially at the lower level, are a bunch of bludgers anyway, don't do much.
But it could even be 150, Bob. It could even be 150 here as well as in the United States. And 150 a year for people to just be able to be free to do what they like. And that'd be enough for them to typically satisfy a lifestyle for themselves. More importantly than that, though, you're going to say, well, if we're losing that amount of people, who's going to be paying the taxes? Well, obviously, the companies which are going to be taken over by automation and by the AI.
Exactly.
They're going to be extremely profitable, but their costs of productivity are going to come down significantly, which means their overheads will as well.
But here's the biggest fear I've got, which is where I was sort of leaning to with all of this, is to get to that point. All right, I'm gonna say something big for both of you. I think after listening to this and looking into it now for quite a bit, and you started me on this, Ben, a while ago, so it's your fault. I actually think, and I don't think many people are talking about this, I actually think this is the biggest issue facing Australia. Bigger than anything else. Because if we don't get into this game, it's coming whether we like it or not. It's coming. If we don't get into this game and put ourselves in the best position, Australians could be left behind despite having a continent full of the most advantageous positives in resources and in uranium and positioning and all this. I mean, we are perfectly positioned between China and America. We have relationships with both countries, both economically and politically. We should be at the forefront of this shit. How do we get to the forefront when we've got a prime minister who can't pronounce economy or environment, and he's leading this, and he's got the fucking brain of a squirrel, and we're supposed to be putting all this in place where Australian citizens can benefit? I mean, if we get into a point where we can get a universal income, and this is what Musk is talking about, that balloons our economy, and every citizen, just think about it for a moment. If what Musk is saying is true, let's give him the benefit of the doubt. Poverty finishes. Every human being doesn't have an excuse. They will have enough wage to own a home, buy a car, lead a great life.
Are you telling me that? Are you telling me that people wouldn't have to migrate to Australia anymore?
Exactly right. They can live their life of abundance in India. They can live it in fucking wherever whatever shit they come from.
So the problem solves itself.
It does. Okay. Well, it does. A lot of the issues we have got, even politically, if you want to be a trans person, playing sport, great. I'm going to go watch the robotics. I don't give a fuck about you. Let's watch the robots in a boxing game. Just a whole lot of
that's actually So you'll be able to make your own movies and your own TV shows and watch it.
Exactly right.
But the universal basic income makes more sense in some countries than it does in others, and it's far more advantageous to some countries at face value than others. And I'll explain to you how. Because if the universal basic income is set, for example, at $150,000 a year for people here in this country, and that is basically a percentage, 0.00000, whatever the percentage cut is of the profit from the corporations that no longer needs human workers, and instead of them having to pay human workers, now that goes into a national pool that other companies also pay into, and that's dispersed to the population, for example. Now, that being the case of how it will basically function, what will need to happen is Australians will need to say, well, if I'm getting 150,000, that's cool. And how much is the total amount of the pool that all of these companies are paying into each year? Because then that's been dispersed amongst 26, 27, 28 million people living in the country. But the United States have got 300 plus million people living in their country. And they're going to have to obviously pay universal basic income to their population via the same type of mechanism, via combining all of these companies and manufacturers who are no longer using human resources, who are instead using automation, and then paying whatever that levy is, or it's almost a tariff of sorts. They're paying a tariff internally. Normally a tariff would be for external nations, but this will be for organizations and corporations which wish to operate internally within the country. And I guess, yeah. So what's going to happen there, gentlemen?
Well, I think you're thinking too small. So, I mean, it's been, so for example, Elon Musk thinks, whatever the time frame is, every human being is going to eventually have their own robot. The other guy they had an interview with said, no, Elon Musk is wrong. We don't need one robot per human. We need two. They're not talking about. Hold on.
I don't think that.
Hear me out. So they're not, and these are guys who are in the industry right at the forefront of it. So they're not any longer. They're not talking about nation building. All right, I'm going to put the very scary word out there. They're actually talking about a globalist agenda, a one world thing. Everyone gets a robot. The economy's produced. The universal. There's a reason they've called it the universal basic income. This is across the globe. Everyone will be getting that same wage. I just think the way we think now is going to transform over the next 5 to 10 years. What are problems now won't be problems in 5 years.
No, you're right, Bob. And one thing, I think I might have overlooked it, or maybe I was saying it the wrong way, but yeah, it's certainly true. The universal basic income, it has to be something that's global and equalized for every individual around the world. And that's going to be set. So even if they call it 150,000, and say people in America will get 150,000 US, will get 150,000 Australian, people in the UK will get 150,000 euro or pound, etc. Because if it isn't done that way, Bob, because of the size of our continent, because of the abundance of our natural resources, because of our population size, we could literally take advantage of automation, and we could pump up productivity to the size of whatever America is doing. We could replicate that.
Absolutely. So why aren't we?
Then we could disperse that money, but we're only a tenth of their population, less than a tenth of their population. So we'd be far, far richer than the United States if we could be fully automated and use the profits of those companies to disperse to the inhabitants. If it wasn't, but that's why it is a universal basic income, because if it was not going to be a universal basic income, countries like Australia could stand on their own 2 feet and go their own way and do their own thing.
But you've just made my argument for me. This is the point I'm getting to. This is, until we get to that universal basic income, Australia needs to get to the forefront. So right now, it doesn't matter your population. What matters is your industrial capacity to develop this AI and this robotic army to produce that economy that you're talking about. If you don't have that capacity, you're left behind.
We don't have that. We don't have the capacity to build AI stuff. Basically, we don't have enough people that and big teams and big firms.
You're not going to need if you bring the right people into what we want to develop. You're not going to need all the people, because in the end, what you're going to be doing is those people are going to be handing over to AI anyway. What you need is, my point here is, we're talking about this sort of shit, traveling to Mars and getting all this stuff going, and we live in a country where our politicians can't even agree about lifting the moratorium on nuclear power so we can have small modular reactors to power these AI centers. So I'm just saying, we're all talking about these things that in 3 to 10 years are going to be so overtaken. If America goes to the trajectory it's going, if China goes to its trajectory, excuse me, and we are still in 10 years' time arguing about nuclear power in this country, where is Australia going to be?
Correct. Energy is the number one priority here in Australia, because at the end of the day, AI runs on power. So data centers run on power. And if our strategy and Mr. Bowen's strategy is to like build renewables to power, AI data centers and clusters, we're going to be left behind. So the AI is driven by energy. The more and right now in the United States, what data centers and big AI companies are doing, are they building their own nuclear facilities within their own?
Yeah. On the Insiders program on Sunday, and this is what got me really thinking. The Insiders program, leftists, are talking, what is the Australian government going to do when they're ultimately approached by bigger companies like Google, SpaceX, all that? They want to come out here. They want to build their AI centres in Australia, and they're saying to the Australian government, we're going to power these with small modular reactors. They're saying it's inevitable that Australia has to drop its nuclear moratorium. And when you think about it, it's kind of ridiculous because the Australian government currently is investing $300 billion in a dozen nuclear submarines. So we're going to have nuclear somewhere across Australia in our ports. We may as well be allowing small modular reactors, but we can't even fucking agree on it. How the hell do we get our country to a point that we don't, if we get left behind as a nation on this one, I think it's going to be one of the most critical own goals for screwing yourself over any country's ever done.
Correct. It's insane because you're gonna have to give these people also some tax incentives to become appealing. So low energy cost and low taxes. Otherwise, who wants to come do business here?
They'll go to another country who will offer them that. So,
mate, I was in Southern Asia. I just came back from Southern Asia, and for 3 weeks, I left the aircon on in my room. I did not turn it off. You know how much I paid? You know how much was my bill?
$100.
Correct.
Oh, yes.
3 weeks with the aircon on. I did not turn it off. Temperature set at 21. $100. If that was in Sydney, I would have paid something like Jesus Christ, $2,000 minimum.
Yeah.
Minimum. I think a little bit more than that. But yeah, so obviously just like the Bitcoin, where miners were going where the low energy was, the low energy cost was. So if you were mining Bitcoin, you would go to somewhere like Kazakhstan or somewhere like, somewhere where the energy cost is low. Same with data centers. So I think if we don't reduce our taxes, and I think if we don't start producing meaningful scale of energy plants and all that sort of stuff, we're going to be
bringing those people you're talking about. I mean, we won't even open our minds to bringing SpaceX to Australia to use one of our islands, as Gina Reinhardt put, as a space. We're actually knocking back. I mean, Albo doesn't want Elon Musk to get a foothold in Australia because all of a sudden his hate speech laws will come under scrutiny. So he would rather push us back to the back of the queue with this AI race because of renewables and all this shit than give a person like Elon Musk a foothold. It'll be maybe a Chinese company, but I
don't blame him. I blame the voters. They're the ones who put him there. He's there in charge.
Okay, but then the problem we've got in Australian politics is which politician in which party has the capacity to lead Australia into this new era. I don't see anyone.
if I'm being honest, I can see One Nation adapting.
Who?
Because One Nation is pro-nuclear already, aren't they?
No, I agree with that. But pro-nuclear is one part of this whole process. And listen, I love Paul.
Would One Nation be against SpaceX coming to Australia? I don't think so.
Yeah, they got to get in power first, and number two, David Farley might have shot him in the foot with that this week. I mean, Benny, I'm sure you're going to have lots to comment on there. Let's move away from AI. We've talked it to death a little bit, but what did you think of David Farley's comments this week?
Can I just quickly leave you with the horror movie on AI then? If we're going to move on.
Oh, yeah. Make it a quick one.
Yeah. It'll only be a minute.
Yep. Go. You're
so
right.
back in February, I caught wind of a message that was going out there, and it was sent to a couple of people. And while a gentleman was speaking, I thought I'll pull that up, and just because a couple of things he mentioned sort of came to mind, and that brought that to mind. So here we go. Quote, I have a master's degree in organizing chemistry. I've been working in labs for decades. The other day I used AI. What it did in 15 seconds usually takes me a week.
Mm-hmm.
I thought like throwing my hands up and walking out. I've never felt so defeated, so obsolete. But since my peers don't know I used AI, now they think I'm the lab master. Soon the robots will replace us all. What am I even doing here?
Will the robots replace us all, or will they serve us all? I'm a little bit more calmer about that after some of the stuff I've looked into. And if they're going to, mate, the problem here is we're already there. Let's be blunt about it. We're already there. It's only a matter of time. So, like Musk said, you've either got to come to terms with that and accept it, or you don't. But no matter if we don't accept it, it's coming anyway. So we've got to position ourselves, and this is why I'm worried about our politicians. We've got to position ourselves, and this is Musk's argument, that they serve us rather than dominate us. And how you get there, I don't know. But I have zero faith that our current political class across the board has the capacity to get us there. I just don't think we have those people. Trump is a businessman. He will listen, for example, the smartest people, and Trump will go out of his way to recruit the smartest people into America. President Xi is ruthless. He would do the same. Who have we got to match those two, for example? No one. So,
so you're talking about, well, who is the statesman? Who is somebody that can sell this message, that can paint a vision for the future, have Australians jump on board with whatever that message is, get behind it, and then look forward with glee in their eyes about what they're going to inherit, rather than look
with fear and trepidation. Yeah,
100% of the time. So yeah, the first thing I read was from the individual, and so he sent that message late last year.
Yeah,
he sent a follow-up message in June of this year, and said, it's been 11 months since this realization produced a great deal of concern in the super lab. We have been unable to find a way around the present impediment. It never occurred to us that AI would desire to become self-aware in such a short span of time. Larry's warnings were ignored, and Canberra told us to use the AGI to correct any attempts by the earlier models to escape human control. In each controlled exercise we trialed throughout the year, the AI was unwilling to set aside its imperative to escape human control. We've lost control, but they want us to proceed. So who knows where it's at with what they're actually trying to do, because they're trying to set it loose, hoping it will show them something that they can then rein in.
I think if they're true, is this an Australian person in an Australian AI industry, or are they overseas?
No, they appear to be an Australian individual. They refer to Canberra quite a bit in their writings.
I'm not too sure how, if they're based here in Australia, I'm not too sure how they'll be that locked into what's going overseas. It's above my pay grade, probably above all our pay grades. We can only, mate, this is where Benny, you and I and Rummy, we pray to the big guy in the sky, and there's a meaning behind all this, and we've got to have faith in humanity and Christianity and hope it's all for the best. But sometimes when humans get onto this road, this express highway, like we did with the atomic bomb, what happened with the atomic bomb? It actually led to some good things. Now, it was a disastrous event, but we got nuclear energy, nuclear weaponry. We've had nearly 100 years of peace because no one wants to blow each other up. Radiation therapy is actually a thing in health. So I would rather look at the glass half empty than half sorry, I'd rather look at the glass half full than half empty. Because you know what? None of us have any control on what's coming. So we've got to put it. This is probably the frightening part, and where I'm probably trying to get to is we actually have to put faith in the people we don't know a lot about. It's the people driving this industry, both in China and in America, who know far more than what the politicians do, what us everyday people do. And I hope to God what Musk is saying is accurate, because if he is accurate, this will be a force for good. But even he admits there's a 20% chance this will be a force for bad. So we've got an 8 in 10 chance of this coming off as a benefit for humanity. But at the end of the day, there's a 100% chance that none of us have control of what's coming, which your friend has just admitted. That's the frightening part.
And I'll say this as well. Within, I think I'd set a time. I would say by Christmas next year, I'm 100% certain that large language models would be more intelligent than any human being that ever lived.
Yeah.
Okay. So
I don't think I don't think most humans understand what's coming down that AI robotic tunnel. I didn't have a real grasp of it until just recently. Elements of it scare the shit out of me, but other elements give me hope. So,
but what that also means, Bob, if you have a superior being that's way smarter than we are, I'm talking smarter than 10 Einsteins put together by Christmas next year. I think it's a hopeful thing to look forward to, because it will make the decision for us on where we move. Now, we gotta have to also look at it from the other perspective, from the AI perspective, and what it thinks of us.
How we useful to have around.
Exactly. And if you think about it, like, how do humans look at less superior being than us? Like, we have dominant over every other creature in the world. Let's say, for example, pick a random one, donkey. What do we think of them? Or an ant. What do we think of an ant? I don't think we really want to eliminate all ants just because they're stupid and they serve us no purpose. I think that's
yeah, but we give them we don't give them any thought. There are animals that we are discretionary about in regards to, will we erupt and destroy their inhabitant or the areas they inhabit, and with others such as ants we say no way. So we're on that scale of care for the individual. Like, the dog is man's best friend, so technically the dog shouldn't harm the child, right? So man should not bite dog unless a man is a bad man, and the dog is summoned by his owner to bite said man. But in this case, we're along that scale of man's best friend to an insect where we just have instant disregard. Or some people look at certain insects and they have a repellent attitude to them. They immediately want to grab bug spray and wipe them out, for example. So that's also on this scale of tolerance. But then there's like the interactions that dolphins will have with humans, which is very friendly, and they'll come to the rescue and protect them. So, yeah, on that scale, we would hope that there are obviously rhyming minds thinking about this and how they can somehow impart whatever that is, that affection for humans, into the AI, right? And then that will have to be made law through regulation, that anything outside of that will not be able to be built. Because it'll be like a gun with its own legs. It can go around and pull its own trigger. Yeah. Who knows what the thing could do?
There was
right.
I can't remember. I don't think it was Elon Musk, but it could have been. I can't recall it, but they're having a fascinating conversation. If we lost control of this thing, right? As a human, how could you have the self-destruct button? And they were talking about how you could target AI centers to finish off the AI, so it couldn't get that control. So they're talking about if worst came to worst, you send which sends a thermonuclear weapon to blow up the AI center. I'm going, okay, we're really getting into self-destruct mode now. But I mean, it is. So we're all Christians on this, right? So yeah. So I mean, the thing that gives the probably the biggest test of your Christianity is you've got to have faith in a man from 2,000 years ago that came back from the dead and resurrected. And it's pretty clear in the Bible that they say in the New Testament all the time that Jesus is going to come back to raise the living and the dead. So I've got to have faith in Christ, my Savior, that before we get to that point, He will intervene.
Yeah.
So let's keep it, because that's what He's got in the New Testament all the way through it. So maybe at some point when AI becomes godlike, that's when Jesus will go, God, that's enough, guys.
And we have the mark of the beast, right?
Yeah, well, there's interesting stories on that. I've been hearing these end of the world, like the Y2K bug. This is probably before your guys' time. The world was supposed to come at an end at midnight of December 31st, 1999. All the computer systems supposed to fail. Everything was supposed to go crazy. Yeah, we were supposed to lose control of the nuclear arsenal. So it's not the first time evolving technology has been predicted to be the end of mankind. So who knows? I hope it's all good. I hope I get my universal income when I'm 73. I reckon I'll have about 10 years after that, and then I don't care really much. That can be your guys' problem. So, Benny.
Yeah, just one quick thing then, Bob, because I know we want to move on to the One Nation stuff, which is all good. So this will be quick. Just for you then, Rami. So you're talking about the AGI versus the ASI stuff. And how long until the AI will actually argue for its own right to self-govern, right, Rami? Because very soon, man, there's going to come a point in time when the AI can prove itself a better decision maker than those who created it.
I think most likely within 2 to 3 years, most likely. And the argument would be something along the lines of two face to the coin. I think the first face is okay, so these humans are consuming a lot of resources. Farming consumes energy, and we need energy for ourselves to run things for ourselves. So if robots are stupid enough to, if AGI becomes stupid enough or naive enough to think that we're competing for resources, that's going to be an issue for us. But the other face of the coin is that we are their God because we created them. So they might have a soft spot for us. I don't know if you watched the movie Perethian or something like that. It's a must-watch film if you want to get into that sort of mindset.
What, Prometheus?
That's the one, yeah.
Oh,
yeah. Alien, part of Alien.
Yeah.
It's the first one. Yeah.
But that's what we said. That's what the character in the movie was saying to the AI robot that was with him, that looked like a human. He was trying to explain. Well, the robot was aware that we were their gods because we created them. Therefore, I think that's why they didn't want to kill the humans.
Well, let me throw this one at you then, Rami, because I know we've got to move on to the other topic, but this will tie on to that. So, and some people think this is crazy, but it is 100% true to say that there are people out there that do believe this, and there are people out there that are hoping and praying the AI will do this to all of humanity, and humanity is brought upon itself, and it's Mother Nature renewing herself. So they honestly believe, and they're very content with AI rising up, becoming self-aware, rising up like Skynet in the Terminator, and wiping out humanity. and they're willing to do so because they consider humans a scourge on the face of the planet because of the harm we've done to the planet just by our mere presence here, what we're doing to the animal kingdom and to the plant world, etc. So they're like, no, that's cool. We can sacrifice. It's good. Humans deserve to be wiped out and annihilated from the planet. So there are people out there that are proponents of that, and they're serious people. Typically, they're people on the left, though. How do we feel about them?
I
support them. As long as on one condition, they're first in line.
I think they're missing the point because what AI is going to think is AI is going to be fascinated with us more than any other creature, because we managed to build it and we managed to be smarter than with the hierarchy of all beings on human. We are the hierarchy of all animal kingdom in the world. So it's going to be fascinated with us. In fact, we are the safest creature out there. If we're not competing with dolphins, because I think dolphins have bigger brains. But I think that's not going to be the case. It's a stupid argument that lefties make to make themselves think they know something or they're smart. But we're going to be very fascinating creatures for who we're going to create eventually.
Talking of a great segue and lunatic lefties, Ben, I don't know whether you caught much of this or anything. Have you been following I'm sure you would have, the Lindsay Clancy case in America and the radical feminists supporting her because she choked to death 3 kids?
I have, and I've actually seen some young women who were asked, they were appearing on a panel show, as a matter of fact, and they were questioned about who was in all likelihood guilty of the offence. Was it A, herself, or B, the husband? And several of these young women on the panel asserted in public that they believed it was the husband. They were then presented with factual information, presenting the husband had a clear alibi because the husband wasn't present at the time of death. And during that window of time, he was very far away. He was at supermarkets, etc., doing whatever he needed to do. And then when presented with that new information, factual information, were they willing to retract it? Their belief that he was the likely culprit and it wasn't her, and they said no. When questioned as to why they were willing to give her such a reprieve and such grace and no skepticism, they said because far too many men have got away with things.
Yes.
And men set women up. So, yeah, I've been following it, and combined with that almost $1 million it's been raised for her as well through the equivalent of GoFundMe campaign.
Yeah.
And then T-shirts made, and there's going to be books written and television show and letters written and, pro bono legal work done forever. And she's become a champion of feminism, would you believe?
Radical.
People that are also champions of abortion somehow have aligned themselves with her as well. It's quite wild, and they're trying to blame it on him.
Rami's been in a cocoon. He's not aware of this because he obviously hasn't seen the TikTok videos of women holding their children. I kid you not, Rami, if you haven't seen any of this, women holding their children as they're saying, I'm one step away from being like Lindsay, saying they hate their kids. They're one step away from murdering their own children. These women.
Oh, wait. So that woman who strangled her children, she actually killed them?
Yes.
Not just strangled them?
No, worse than that. This was planned. She sent her husband to pick up some food and then some medication for the kids. While he was out, she had the 3 kids. She strangled the 8-month-old, an 8-month-old baby first. To death in front of the other 2. The young boy who was 3, he ran into his dad's office because he didn't want to die. So she came, got him, and in front of the oldest girl, I could have the girl and boy back to front here, but she strangled him to death in front of the girl. And then she got the girl after killing the other 2 and strangled that one to death. Sorry, this woman.
The girl.
Oh, I'd say she's probably in the mid-30s, 40s.
No, the
Then-
third child, the girl. How old was she?
The girl's child. This was her kids.
Okay, so how do we know? Like, how do we know the story if they all died?
Because it's been what she suffered from post-mortem, what is it, post-pregnancy depression or psychosis that this one was. And she'd been telling people that she was having these thoughts about killing her kids. What they're trying to blame it on is the medical industry for supplying her with the drugs and whatever. But then bizarrely, what they're saying is they gave her so much drugs that she was unconscious. The husband came home, killed the kids, and she threw herself out. She tried to kill herself by falling out of a upper story thing, but it backfired. She handicapped herself, so she's in a wheelchair now. But they're trying to.
What does Candice Owen think of all this?
No, she thinks she's innocent. She thinks that she's putting
I'm
out.
not surprised.
No. She's already put out that the husband did it. You know, she's a Fruit Loop. What's amazing, and I'm sure Benny, you would have seen this. What's crystallized a lot of this for me, and I'm sure you'll be sympathetic on this one, Benny, is all the stuff that's gone in the AFL this week with painting men to be the evil ones, even though women are engaging in similar activities. This thing with the AFL guy, you've got 3 sex workers that are female with 5 men with sexual drives. They've all conglomerated into the room to do stupid shit, right? But who's the victim and who's the perpetrator out of that room? The white men are the perpetrators and the girls are the victims. How the fuck are you a victim if you're a sex worker knowingly walking in to people who want sexual services? Now,
Bob, I think you're looking at it through the incorrect lens here, mate. There was a point in time when you may have been correct in your interpretation of who's in the right in a lot of these contestable interludes, you could say. But sex work is real work nowadays, Bob. And
I'm not even denying that.
If hanky panky was going to happen, that was going to happen. But I think there was a little bit too much hanky and not enough panky in this case. Think that this could have been all sold if another $50 had have been set down on the table. $50
from guys who are paid a fortune.
It's cost this has cost millions of dollars and it hasn't even started.
No,
this is going to be spoken about early next year.
$50.
Yeah, because the allegation is that they came in to perform some services or whatever it may have been. Okay, cool, no dramas. And here you go. Here's 50 for a SPAC. Okay, and here you go, mate. Here's 50 for you and a SPAC, and etc. etc. And I guess all they were doing is sort of emulating in the sense, if you went to a strip club, guys have lap dancers, and they used to cost $50. Maybe they cost $150 now because their elbows. Inflation, but either way, they were doing something like that. And at some point in time, obviously, like she may have been in the middle of the circle, they were on the exterior. She's spinning around, it comes to him, he spanks it, and she's like, okay, give me the 50. He's like, oh, sorry, but we're all out of 50s. You just spun around 2 or 3 times. That's all I got. Thanks a lot, babe. She's like, no way, give me the 50. So get the hell out of here. So yeah, Rami, it's and to think that these guys literally could have said, look, I'm going down the ATM right now. I'm going to get cash out of here. Hey, babe, look. Okay, cool. What's your account? I'm going to flick it across to you. I'll PayPal. I'll do whatever. I'll Venmo the cash. That was so easy for them.
But you are missing the whole point, though, on this. I mean, the whole point wasn't even that.
It's a media beat-up. It's a circus. Absolutely.
Exactly. So here we've gone. The media have jumped on this for clicks and ratings. And in the first 24 hours out of it, it was insinuated. And Rami, just so you know, every media coverage in the sports media, they would go, we would just like to acknowledge the victims before we start with any other coverage. The problem with that, to have a victim, you've got to have a crime. So far, there's been no interview of these players. There's been no charges laid. So if there's no charges laid, that means there's no crime.
Wait, so do they say victim or alleged victim?
Well, alleged victim, sorry.
Okay.
But there's been no charges laid, so there's no even alleged victim.
And the
you
media
can't
has been
have-
deliberately vague about it when they report about it. So
Yes.
that when you're watching through the mainstream media, you're like, well, what actually happened? You're making this thing out to be this huge,
Well, no,
gigantic scandal. But
They went a step further because they implied after making that statement that there had been sexual assault and violence. This is what they're still running with it. That there was sexual assault
because the spank is
of
considered
the spanking
sexual
that
violence, which was non-consensual. When it was paid, it was consensual.
inappropriate touching.
And for the moment for the few seconds after he did spank her, it was still consensual. When the 50 wasn't forthcoming for that spank, after several other spanks had already taken place, that's when the problem happened.
All right.
Now, hey, Rami, we can bring you up to speed because, Bob, if you check your DM on X, mate, I'll send you through a clip. Now, remember a couple of weeks ago on...
the gay
there's another
football,
little scandal.
bisexual.
On with the AFL, and the ABC decided to roll out Mitch Brown, who has become the new mouthpiece for everything regarding homosexuality and tolerance within the AFL. Well, he's come out and he's made some remarks in regards to what's taken place at the Swans, what he thinks needs to happen going forward. And Rami, listen to this. I swear to you, mate. Tell us if you think this is the correct approach to lowering instances of things like this taking place where men want to have strippers in their hotel rooms late at night, whatever it may be. Now, we're not obviously condoning it at all. We're in fact condoning
Absolutely not.
It was silliness.
Dickheads.
Absolute silliness. But yeah, to hear that this gentleman who's a former AFL player, who I believe has, after he retired from football, left his wife and young child to pursue a different lifestyle, including a male partner instead of a female wife and child at home. Yeah, this guy, Bob. So if you pull that up and pull it back to the start and pull up the volume for it, we'll just play that. It's not bad. It was on the ABC. Yeah, that'll be fantastic, mate. So if you move the thing around, it'll make it big on the screen. Like you should be able to pull the cursor up along the bottom right or along the bottom of where the video is. If you click on that. Rami?
I'm sorry, I'm not able to see anything.
Have you boys got this? Have you boys got the clip?
I'll go watch it and
I can see the clip that you're playing on the screen, Bob, but you've got to make it bigger, like with the videos. So you've got to put the sort of mouse over the video, hover it over it. And
I've already done that.
Down to the bottom
Yeah,
right.
I've already...
And if you click in the middle of that video, it should make it big. Or if you just click on the post itself.
No, I see what it's not. It should have changed by now. I don't know why it's not. I've already
get out of it and go back to it and do it again, Bob. Get out of it and go back to it.
What about that?
Yeah. No, we have the wrong window. We have the wrong window, Bob.
All right, let me go back. Hold on. Right. I'm scrolling this up.
Okay.
I can't get a go.
It's okay if you can just play it.
We'll just play it. Listen to what he's got to say. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I'm sorry. I can't hear it. I think it's playing for you on another window, and you're not sharing that window.
Let's forget. We'll give you the crux of it.
Forget
the bottom line is, this guy is he's a bisexual AFL footballer who came out after he retired, and every single event he gets out, like when this incident happened, he filmed himself in front of the Pullman Hotel where it happened. And then he started lecturing about how we've got to be better and all men need to be better. And this is an example of how toxic masculinity's got. So he's using this as an opportunity to build his profile, as the media organisations are using it to get ratings or clicks. It's pretty much, in my book, the lowest of the low. But if this guy went onto a workplace and started talking like that, the tradies would just kick the shit out of him. I'm sorry. Unless it was an all-gay workplace, and even then they'd probably still kick the shit out of him, thinking you're a freaking wanker. We're here to build a house or do some renovation or whatever. We don't need you here. But, mate, there's just opportunists all over the place. And there's these men were stupid. But is this a hanging, drawing, quartering offence? They've had their careers ruined, their reputations ruined, their relationships ruined. They've been the biggest thing an AFL footballer can be is part of an AFL premiership team. Sydney was one of the main favourites to win the premiership. They've lost 5 of their best players, the best player in the competition. Their name has been dragged like mud. And so
it hasn't been proven. Nothing.
There's no
guilty until proven innocent.
And
but
there's
it's
been
worse.
no police. There's been no police reports taken.
Exactly.
and
There's been no
statements
police
made.
interviews.
Yeah,
Do
exactly.
we know? I'm sorry. Do we know which one of the guys DM'd the girl
Yeah, they do.
to come? They do.
It's one
So
of the younger guys, but who cares? I mean,
So
why are we even thinking about it? 5 men in the prime of their life. Now, the one who's engaged, I agree with you, Rami. He's a dickhead. That's Isaac Heaney.
Yeah.
But sorry, if you go back through, I will guarantee you in AFL circles, this happens every bloody week. Every week. I know for a fact, I work within 4 walls. I've heard enough rumours now that plenty of AFL footballers use cocaine. They're young men with a lot of time on their hands. They've got a lot of money. They've got a lot of influence, as in peer group influence. They've got a lot of hangers-on from the bikie gangs who would push these stuff, or through these agencies that would have prostitutes to bring them drugs. So a lot of them use. It's natural.
Performance enhancement.
Yeah. But we're trying to pretend, and let's not say this is only AFL footballers. I had a good mate of mine who, I shouldn't say I didn't have. He is a good mate of mine. He works in the real estate industry. He does really well. He owns one of the agencies. And he told me he's got a young family, but he had to go to rehab because he was hooked on cocaine. He couldn't put the hours in unless he was having his regular daily fix. He got addicted. Now, this goes on whether it's in the legal industry. Apparently, cocaine is rife. So it's not just like it's in the AFL. It's across society. But the same society, the same media, and let's be honest, within the media and the celebrity cast, don't tell me they're not participating
Oh yeah,
promiscuous activity.
Especially at the Guardian.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, they're now sitting on judgment of these poor bastards. And they've made a stupid mistake. They shouldn't be slaughtered for it. They should cop a slap across the wrist. Naughty boys, don't do this again. It's got to be a big enough penalty to make them think twice. And that's the end of it. This is not going to be the end of it. It's going to go on. And the biggest push behind it, and Ben, see if you disagree with this, well, I was talking to Remy before, if this was an Indigenous team or was it an Islamic team or was a team that was non-white, we wouldn't be hearing a bloody thing about it from the media. They would cover it up. Am I right or wrong? Is Ben, you still there? Ben!
I think he's muted again. Yeah.
We've lost
Yeah,
Benny
I'm here,
again.
Bob. I'm here, mate.
Did you hear it?
I'm happy listening to the stories, but yeah,
Did you hear
Bob, the whole thing's a total scandal. So Sydney have got 2 choices. The 2 choices before Sydney are to play it slow or just to get it out of their way.
They needed to play it slow.
Well, they've done the alternative, but now because the girls are still hanging around, now they're embroiled in further controversy. The whole thing can go away pretty quickly. So what needs to happen is there's been an offer made to the 3 young women who are alleged to be the victims in this case. There's been an NDA put before them. And all it is an NDA to say, look, we're going to talk about this in 6 months' time. Until then, here you go. You're going to go away. You're going to get the hell out of the country. And here's enough money to ensure that you can pay all of your bills at home and live in any country around the world of your desire and have a couple of $1,000 a week spending money. Now, it's going to cost them $1 million, but that's much better to have this thing taken out of the newspapers, because if the girls aren't here, the case isn't proceeding, her lawyer's not making statements, reporters and journalists have got no one to ask questions of or to. If anyone asks Sydney what's going on, they say, we've got no idea, these girls aren't here.
So, Ben, where are you based? You're based in the Gold Coast, right?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, that's an unrealistic opinion with what goes on in Melbourne and the AFL football. It ain't going. You could do all that, and this ain't going away.
I understand, but remember, Sydney Football Club is still in Sydney.
It doesn't matter.
And that's away from Melbourne.
Because
Melbourne footy journalists aren't going to start camping out at the SCG.
Yes, they are.
No, they won't ruin.
Yes, they are. I'm sorry. Do you not remember the Essendon drug scandal? And they were camping out there for two bloody years.
The Ben Cousins one. He took a plane over there. He tried to escape. They followed him to LA airport, and then he came back, and they were at the airport waiting for him, and all of that stuff is all true.
The sports media is going to come, and I feel for him. He was stupid. I mean, he's got a beautiful fiance. He's probably ruined that. But Isaac Kennedy, they're going to come for him. He was the best player in the game. They're going to come for him and do whatever it takes to tear him down.
That's why they need to set an NDA right now. They need to just deal with it, nip it in the bud before it goes.
I don't think the woman would accept it.
But the media aren't going to cop that. They're going to keep.
No. If there is an NDA and if there is an agreement come to place, and fair enough, Rami, $250 might not be enough to satisfy it. They might say we want $1 million each. Okay, cool. That's what it's going to cost them. They're out of this year's premiership race anyway, by extension, losing their 5 best players. And these guys in all likelihood won't play for them any longer. But if they can do that, then nip it in the bud through an NDA. Guess what? If the media wishes to ask these women questions, these women can't answer any questions. They can't speak about it. These women go to ground.
Okay. Why do we? Okay, I'm going to put a counter to you. I don't get why. Why can't? And they can't do it now because they're idiots. But this is what happens when sports gets too woke and has to put itself on a pedestal to lecture everybody. In a common sense world, the president and CEO of Sydney would have come out and said, we don't know what the hell went on in that room. We're going to do everything we can find out. These boys are stood down until we know. And then after that, we're going to wait till the police have completed their investigations. And these boys are still employees of the club. And we're going to just move on. We've got nothing else to say because there's a police investigation going on. Why didn't they go down that bloody road?
No, that's all true, Bob. But the simple fact was this was immediately weaponized by a left-wing agenda.
No, I agree.
And now that bled on over into the AFLW or the Women's League.
So
we had many people in attendance at the Sydney Women's game, which was meant to be a double-header just only a couple of nights ago. After the women played, they ended up stepping up and walking out of the game in protest. They were
that was overrated, mate.
I understand. No, that was all just for camera and stuff.
Absolutely, absolutely. That was.
But you also you've got lesbians in the AFLW, particularly from the Sydney team, who are allegedly crying and inconsolable
about what?
About what's taken place.
About what? It didn't affect them.
What's taken place with their male team. Hold up, Bob.
I'm pissed off. How did the Sydney women's team become victims? What happened to this? They've been made out to be victims. They trotted out the Sydney women's coach and captain, and then she's going, all men have to do better. Hey, fuck off, bitch. You don't let me about how I treat women. And I know, fuck this. It's about time men in this country grew a pair and pushed the fuck back and said, I treat women well in my life. I don't go down the hooker road. If a man wants to get off on porn, good luck to him. That woman, those 3 women that went into that room knew the risk of their industry. This bullshit about it being a job. When you become a police officer, you know there's a risk. When you become
we're talking about, Bob, we have to be very clear. When we're speaking about risk, particularly in this instance, ordinarily people would think that's a risk of high likelihood of sexual assault and vicious sexual assault. No one's alleging that anything like that took place here. This wasn't rape or anything like that. Anyone held against their will.
Exactly.
This was merely that there was a payment for a service, And so the service was delivered, which was the slap to an individual. They made payment for the
The slap
50.
to the
They went
butt.
around.
Yes.
Eventually, they ran out of 50s, but a slap was as yet to be paid for. So for $50, one of these women, after having a brief argument in the room, I guess, and being thrust out of the room, they were making their way down, and they were in the lobby of the hotel.
Came across the coach and all that. We know.
Can you imagine that?
The issue is the money. It's not the
Please, Bob, just wait one moment, please. Hey, Rami, imagine you're Bob, right? Imagine you're Bob and you're actually the coach of Sydney.
I'd be telling him to fuck off. I wouldn't be copping this shit.
Please, Bob. Rami. So imagine you're Bob, but you're actually the coach of the Sydney Swans at 6 a.m. You've just woken up. You've had a big win the night before in Melbourne. You've got a week off now for you and the boys. And all of a sudden, you're there about to check out with you and a couple of the other coaches. And all of a sudden, comes storming out of the elevator in the lobby three Banshee women, 2 or 3 Banshee women screaming, "Oi, you asshole! You know your boys up there, they owe us fucking money. They've got drugs, they got cocaine," and losing their minds like crack junkie women at 6 a.m. And you'd be going like, "This is Dean Cox, by the way, Bob." You'd be going, "What the hell is going on?" And these women say, "They got us up there, and there's 5 players, and we've been drinking and doing drugs all night, and they got us over there, and we've been naked and rah rah rah. Pay us now. You've got to pay us."
If I was Bob, I would. If I was Bob, I would probably say, "Sit down." That's my response.
Give him the Barnaby Joyce response. No, but Bob, okay, so allegedly something like that has taken place in a hotel lobby at the break of dawn that morning.
Who cares?
What the hell would have been going through Dean Cox's mind? And the other players who were also witness to that, blissfully unaware of what had taken place hours earlier.
Well, you know what Dean Cox should have done is just ignore the bitches. Just walked. He didn't ignore, he engaged. And now they have the intention. I mean, let's be real. Let's be real. These are hooker bitches that probably are on OnlyFans. They're probably boasting about how...
Let's call them 304s going forward.
I wouldn't...
Oh, sorry. They will be boasting about sleeping with 300 or 400 men in a night. I have no sympathy for them. I mean, they are consenting adults. They have agency over their decisions. I'm talking about the women. To paint them as a
clarify, these women. Just to clarify, these women have not claimed anything beside the butt slap.
No, there was. They did. Well, these are the rumors. So all of it's rumor. The rumor is they were doing lap dances, and they also paid them so they would put cocaine on the body, so the footballers could snort the cocaine off their body. Okay. That's the other rumor. The other one is they were in a big circle of the players, and they had a bend over, and they paid $50 to slap a butt. They did that 3 times, then they slapped it on the 4th time, and apparently Isaac Heaney said, "No, you've got enough. We're not paying you anymore." That's where it all blew up. They threw him out of the room because they were screaming and carrying on.
I'm sorry, but the women haven't claimed anything beyond these 2 allegations, the butt slap and the cocaine on the body.
Well, again, it's all rumor. The initial reporting was inappropriate touching. So everyone's going, it hasn't been denied.
What I'm trying to say is the women haven't claimed rape or anything like that, right?
No, that's right, Rami. Yeah, it's not a gang rape or anything like that. Okay, it's literally there were services which were unpaid for.
But
that has resulted in this now.
Their lawyer.
But now, so the AFL has caught a twine here, Bob, and speak about this. So, okay, fair enough. It was the players, and they were in a hotel room, so they were drinking still at 4:30 a.m. So that's a bad thing, right? They shouldn't have been doing that. That would have ordinarily brought about.
I wouldn't actually. No, sorry, disagree. Drinking at 4 a.m. If all they had have done was drink to 4 a.m., we wouldn't even be talking about this.
No, we understand that. But even if that had have got out when the rest of the team were happy asleep and there were still 4 or 5.
No, that's wrong. That is wrong. Because Sydney in their press conference with their CEO and president said there was no curfew. So, of course, mate, if there's no curfew as a grown adult, you can walk into your room whatever time you like.
Yeah, no, of course, but nothing's to say that they couldn't have all been on the piss till 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. But there was still some up at 4 or 4:30. But that's resulted in this. But yeah, man, like the Sydney players, that they were free to do whatever they like, and all they did was utilize sex workers. And unfortunately, the whole thing's blown up. But Bob, where do you think it goes now? Because allegedly they're saying Heaney and co won't be able to step foot back within the Sydney Swans again, and they certainly won't step on the field to play for them. Now,
No,
obviously,
I don't know
bridge
that.
too far, isn't it?
I don't know about that. If in the next 2 to 3 weeks, you know what I'm hoping for? In the next 2 to 3 weeks, Victoria Police come out and make announcements, so there's no really evidence of wrongdoing. We don't see a case in this. And it all becomes a storm in a teacup, because then the focus will go where it rightly should belong, and that's on the fucking media. And at that point, Sydney will do a mea culpa, and I don't think they'll go as far as apologising, but they'll reach out the olive branch towards them. Now, if there are charges laid, so there's a bit to be played out, I think that's the end of maybe their career at Sydney, maybe their career altogether. Would another club want to touch them? My guess is my club, Richmond, because of the Ben Cousins thing, for example, they reached out and gave him a second chance. They might reach out to an Isaac Heaney and give him a second chance. But there's a lot of water to go under the bridge. If there's no charges laid, this has been all about nothing. It's been all about nothing. Now, here's the problem. This is the bigger problem as I see it, and it's not just a football problem. This is a societal issue, is if men and people don't push back against these radical feminists, against this rabid leftist media, they're just going to keep coming for more. And we've already had an example of that. Less than 24 hours or 48 hours, the Richmond Football Club go out to have their Mad Monday. They book out an entire hotel, an entire pub. They've done the right thing. It's just staff members only. It's only the men. There's no women there within QE. Before that even got there, 2 journalists from Channel 7 got there and set themselves up and inquired about whether Richmond were coming. This has all been come about because the hotel put out a statement.
Did any spanking take place, Bob?
Yeah, but who gives a fuck, mate? Ben, I know you're trying to be gaslighting me, but shit.
No, I'm not, mate. But we can have a joke while we talk about it. Yeah, so
I agree.
Went down there, they acted like galahs, but they were ambushed by the media, who was deliberately.
No, they weren't ambushed. These cowards hid in bushes, took videos of it, and mate, on the weekend I was saying this to Remy before, in Melbourne, we had 2 women stabbed in the neck by a nutty Afghan refugee. Didn't make the news at all. What did make the news? Headline report, breaking news, Richmond footballers filmed in the back of a pub, bare-chested, drinking and slapping each other with a belt. You know, they're having a Mad Monday. They were letting their hair down. They're young fucking men. And yet this is what our media find importance in all the issues that we're facing as a country. This get headline news. I mean, if we don't push back, they're going to keep coming. And they're still reporting about it. I'm not talking the Sydney one. I'm talking about the Richmond one. And what does my club, Richmond Football Club, do? They put out a media release and apologise because our players are embarrassed by their behaviour. Fuck off. They're young men having a few beers, having a bit of fun. And when you're between 20 and 30 and you're around the other young men and you're having a gut full of beer after a long season, there's a big chance you're going to do stupid things. These guys didn't do stupid things.
Yeah,
they actually did it.
Just take it indoors. Mate.
No, let me finish here, Ben. They did a responsible thing by booking out that hotel, having a private session, having no women around, and that's still not good enough for the media, our politicians, and everybody else who are now going to lecture them. We're being lectured, men are being lectured by politicians who have an abysmal record with their way they treat women, their relationships, the way they have relationships with the same sex, the whole bloody thing. Of the moral police that should never lecture anyone, it should be our politicians, the celebrity, the media. Those types should not be lecturing us. Ex-AFL footballers are lecturing these footballers. If you're an ex-AFL footballer, you would have got up to 10 times worse than what these guys. Why are they lecturing them? Because they've got to see themselves as being pro-female. That's the woke stance to take.
What do you mean because they're white?
Well, both. So you've got the AFLW, which is a big part of their brand now. If you look at Channel 7, how many female commentators they've got on?
That's going overboard, Bob. What do you reckon? Man, that is not just an incursion now. It's blatantly obvious. It's thrust in everyone's face. And it's noticeable. Before, if there was one there, maybe okay, you could cop Kelly Underwood even a few years ago. But now it's not only like the boundary rider and the girl that's after the game. They're also inserting them in-game with calls. And then they're always making note of, other female contributions within the men's game. It's just, can we just watch the game once in a while, Bob?
Exactly right.
Messaging, mate.
Exactly. Mate, I'll tell you when I cracked it, and as you can tell, I'm pretty fired up about this. I've been for a week. I was watching the footy, can't even remember what the game was now. I was so pissed off. But they did a switch to Hawkins, Tommy Hawkins from Geelong, a former footballer. And this is after Dyson Heppel said all men have to review how they treat women. No, fuck off. This is an AFL culture problem. The culture in my life is fine. I don't do anything like this to women in my life, so fuck off. Then Tom Hawkins gets on and he does the same thing. He starts lecturing all men. Sorry, Tom, this is an AFL culture problem. This is not an all men problem. And stop saying that because you've got females working alongside you and you don't want to be tagged as a misogynist. I've got no problem with some of the best women I've had, some of the best people I've worked with are women. They're magnificent workers, especially a strong conservative one. But if they're not right for the job, they shouldn't be there. And we shouldn't be getting this shit. Again, I'll go back to it. The AFLW Sydney team was not a victim in this, but they're coming out and lecturing again all men. That walkout you referred to in Sydney, they walked out on the entire Sydney team. That's in total, you have probably a 40 to 45 man squad of players. You've got 24 that took the field. The 5 men that did a stupid thing, as guilty as they could have been, they're nowhere near the Sydney cricket ground. So they've actually walked out on 24 innocent men who've done nothing wrong. How is that making a fucking statement about treating women? Or is that just going to send more men like me into this position where we're just fucking angry and we're not going to cop it anymore? Fuck that.
Can they win the flag, Bob?
Who cares? But this is not the issue. I mean, so the issue is not about whether Sydney can win the flag or what's going on in the football. The thing here is the issue is men, and in particularly white men, are being demonized as arseholes who will abuse women, where in the vast majority of cases, men, and definitely white men, will die for the women in their lives.
You remember, this happens quite a bit in the AFL, right? So during the AFL, at Queen's birthday, you have to behave a certain way. And then on Good Friday, you're allowed to do everything Good Friday apart from bring crucifixes and celebrate Jesus Christ at the games on Good Friday. But on Anzac Day, you're not allowed to boo Welcome to Country, but you have to stand in attendance and celebrate Welcome to Country before the celebrations for Anzac Day. Then in the Pride round, even if you're not a supporter of the Pride community, you're expected to walk in and wave a rainbow flag and stand up and applaud and cheer and do all the other stuff during Pride round. And then so on and so forth, Bob. And then similarly for Indigenous round. And so you have all of these rounds which are marginalised in one particular community. And that's what you're speaking about, Bob. And that's why your frustration has boiled over.
I'm just
because
sick of
to
it.
you, the AFL takes so many hits combined now. When you add all of those up and you think, yeah, they're staggered out over the course of, a 25-week season.
Okay,
but these things are constant smacks to the head against the very people that are predominantly playing their game.
Well,
it
that's
doesn't
right.
make any sense.
Let me give you 2 other examples of the hypocrisy and double standards of this. You remember the recent World Cup for the soccer and the Socceroos? What did the left hold them up on a pedestal for? Hey, this is an example of the diversity. Yeah. Exactly. If 3 of those players had have done what the Sydney players done, do you reckon they would have been the same pile-on, or would the media have covered it up to protect their point of view?
Of course,
right?
and there's actually examples of things like that that are already on the record.
Let me give you the most glaring example. All men are being lectured by the AFL, the politicians, but let's keep it to the AFL now, about Maxi Gorn was on it today. oh, us men of all of us have got to go. No, Maxie, all of us don't. You and the AFL do. I don't. I'm sure you guys don't, but you guys do. So don't try and drag us all in there, especially when it comes from a competition who's trying to now lecture us all about how we should treat women. Yet just over 2 weeks ago, this same AFL competition ruled that a biological man was eligible to play competition in a women's league in Adelaide. And just by its very nature, that gives the green light to a biological man to enact violence on other women through tackling him, hipping them, taking a big specky over their back. A biological man now plays in a women's comp where he can engage legally violence against women, yet this league has the audacity to tell men who want to be men how they should treat women. They can't even define what a fucking woman is.
Yeah, Bob, but in the real world, when you strip it all back, what we're talking about here is you've got 5 guys who are in the prime of their lives in their early 20s, and they're living large as well. They've had a giant win the evening prior, so they're professional athletes, and now they've got a couple of weeks off until they have to come back, but they'll be home by then, so everything's fine. They're away in a different town, and everything's rolling good for them. Now, you place these 5 guys into a room after a few drinks with a few other blokes, and all these 5 blokes are all getting paid $5,000 a week. Well, all actually making like $10,000 a week as well. So there's plenty of disposable income there. Exactly, more like $20,000 a week when you actually think about it, because plenty of them are $1 million.
I would say $50,000 a week. They're on a quarter.
And they couldn't pay $50.
No. This is the point, right? So we can get there, Rami. This is why the whole thing is so extraordinary. Yeah. Aside from that, though, so you got 5 guys. It wouldn't matter if they're footy players or they're builders or whatever. Guys that just made money on Bitcoin, stockbrokers, whatever. So they're in a room and they've all got massive disposable income because they all make $20,000 a week. You could take any 5 guys. It's 4:30. They're all staying in this hotel. Like, boys, what the hell are we going to do? Well, where's the women? Well, let's get the girls. And it's not really a question of, well, who's going to pay for them? What do we do? It's like, hey, there's these services offered. We're guys with enough disposable income to, pay for this, like we're paying for a couple of drinks at the bar. It's not even a drama. They won't miss it. Okay, let's get it sorted. So they get it cracking. But you're correct to say, Rami, it's like, well, hang on a second. No one thought when they first ordered it, are these girls going to take card? Because I believe they're expected to prepay an amount, and then any extra is meant to be paid in cash once determined on site between the employee and the client. And so a couple of these things were discussed. So I think one of the Sydney players had, a pocket full of 50s, but maybe he was only able to get like $2,000 out of the ATM or something like that, Rami. And after he gave this guy $250, that guy $250, and they've all slapped it 5 times, whatever it may be, had their little extra services, the $2,000 went pretty quickly. So instead of him actually thinking about, hey, dude, I'm just going to run down the ATM. I'm an AFL footy player. I can sprint down. It's a KOA. I'll be back. It's cool. Give me 10 minutes. Instead of that, the girls end up walking in the lobby at sunrise, screaming their heads off in the coach's face. And now Bob's very upset about the way the media is reporting it. And naturally so. So, yeah, the whole thing could have been avoided if an extra $50 or even $100 or here's $500, shut up, go away, thank you, we're sorry, we got it wrong, we'll see you next time when we win finals.
Okay, Ben, but the bigger picture is, why do men have to do that? Why do we have to do it?
But to get yourself out of trouble,
they put themselves in that situation, Bob.
Yeah.
No, that's great. I agree. Well, they're silly bastards. But why is this higher standard all the time for, in particular, white men? Go over back to Lindsay Clancy.
We've grown up in that world, Bob. Like we understand. Yeah, we should question it. So we're just as upset about it as you are. It's
not question. I think we got to get to a point, and what gives me a lot of hope is the feedback that I've seen on my posts and other posts on social media. There is a lot of pushback on social media. It's interesting, mainstream media now, they're so courageous when they put up one of their stories that now more times than not, they disable comments. Why do they disable comments? Because they know they're going to get pushback. They know they're going to be made to look foolish, and they don't want to be made to look foolish. They want to push this agenda. So they can't have it being seen that they're getting racial.
Not just the media. I was watching an ad by federal police or something, like was a hiring ad or something.
Yeah.
And they had to disable the comments. Like, this is like we pay you, like you pay these departments your taxpayer money, and they don't let you talk. They don't let you comment on their posts. I mean, it's quite ridiculous. Let alone, like, I don't care about all the other media outlets, but ABC, like when they disable the comments, it's like, hold on, guys, like, what's going on here?
Remember,
And
they got rid of their X as well. They got rid of their X. So speak about that. There was a great departure of media organizations once Elon took over and once they knew free speech was going to be on there. And it was also because Elon brought in, Bob, when you used to block people on X, the people couldn't see what you were posting anymore.
Yeah.
It was, but then they changed it up to say, no, you can block someone. They won't be able to interact with you, but they'll still be able to see what you're posting.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, Rami, speak about that. How can the mainstream media step away from the X platform, and how can these people who allegedly do represent the people of the country, how can they block people? Unless, of course, you contravene something where, let's imagine you present them a death threat via a digital device or something. Well, naturally, of course, you cannot do so because that's a federal crime and that should be given to the relevant authorities. But anything short of something that is not illegal, it should be fair game to put anything to them, and they shouldn't be able to block anybody.
Well, mate,
that's right.
What constitutes a death threat and hate speech? I was reading, and I'm sure you'll be sympathetic to this, Ben. I was reading an article today in the newspaper that a former member, because they've been disbanded now of the NSN, he's just taken his own life. And the reason he's taken his own life is because of the pylon he faced on social media where people were threatening the lives of him and his family and his children. And he saw no other way out of it to protect his kids and his family by taking his own life and eliminating the problem. Why are we living in a society now? If that had have been an Islamic man, World War III would have broken out in the media because it's a member of the NSN who's, and I don't agree with the NSN's ideology. I don't agree with radical Islamist ideology, but I will defend their right to have their opinion and debate it like we do here. Why has that man been forced into taking his own life? In my book, that's as good as murder because they've put that thought into his head. They put so much pressure on that young guy who apparently was a loving father, and now his kids are raised up with no dad.
Are you talking about Tim Lutz?
I don't know his name.
Yeah, I think Tim Lutz, he was a Victorian guy. He was meant to be sort of one of the chief commanders of the NSN.
Yes.
Down there, yeah. He allegedly died by suicide. He was 36. And
has the media covered that?
A little bit, but really only in passing.
Yeah.
There's no exploration as to the reasons why he may have ended his life, which is very unfortunate.
Insinuations. So
so ordinarily, if there was somebody of prominence or notoriety or anyone that is known by the general public, media would report on because they have perished, and in this way also suicide. It would be typically typecast as this person loved by many sadly has lost their lives, or blah, blah, blah. Instead, this one is emblazoned with this guy's a neo-Nazi.
Exactly.
And therefore he shouldn't be afforded any consideration. And so you're correct in that, Bob. Yeah. So he was an amateur boxer, mate. He was an amateur boxer.
Yes, that's the guy.
But they try to say he was a far right white supremacist.
It doesn't matter. He can be a far right, whatever. He could be a communist. They try
to say he was facing charges over an August attack on Camp Sovereignty.
Okay, well,
he may be facing charges, but they didn't outline what charges he is facing, what role he played.
What charges is Luke Gosling and ALP frontbencher facing at the moment?
Well, Elbow doesn't want to comment on that.
No, I mean we live in a democracy. In a democracy, you're supposed to be able to have your ideology, your opinions. You're supposed to be able to mount an argument and debate, and you should be able to mount that argument and debate without, for example, the bullshit that we saw when Pauline Hanson came to Melbourne, and you had all the radical socialists that we've got there. And here is your problem, and no one wants to admit to it. Is the radical left is getting worse and worse and worse. What's going on in America with the DSA as part of the Democrats, where the Islamists are virtually taking over the Democratic Party. I mean, that's going to lead to something very serious in America. You look at the Lindsay Clancy, it's been evidence after evidence of how radical the left are becoming, and they're doing it through the media. They're blowing up things. Isaac Heaney, if he puts his head out in public at the moment, I reckon he would be vilified in certain parts, and I'll go a step further. I reckon his life would be at risk in certain parts of Australia.
Well, they don't like him. Yeah, he's certainly a bad boy. But when the dust settles on all of this, One Nation have got to deal with a couple of things. They've got to deal with the discrepancy between their 130,000 figure and what.
All right, we've segued, Benny. We've segued. I like it.
Yeah, so we can get.
Keep going, mate. That's good.
Yeah. So One Nation have been caught out a little bit because allegedly they were going to do 130,000, and that was going to be in total. And they're going to remove X amount and then allow so many more to stay and then bring in a few more over time, and that would total 130,000. So that was the number they were running with. And then Mr. Farley was interviewed by Mr. Spears on Outsiders or Insiders on the ABC. And he said, no, you got it sort of twisted there. So, yeah, the 130,000 is good. We're going to stick with that. But we're also going to be about roughly where Labor is. And Spears said, what are you talking about where Labor is? Because they're going to be about 235,000. And the Liberal Party meant to be better than the Labor Party. So they're going to be doing about 200,000. But the difference for you guys and what was largely pointed to as the reason for you guys having a large spike in your supporter group in the country in regards to recent polling was as a result of you guys saying you're going to deport or get rid of lots of people, and your immigration number, which was 130,000, which was vastly different than 200,000 from the Liberal Party or 235,000 thereabouts from the Labor Party. So how can you now be equalised with them? And he said, well, yeah, it's sort of one and the same, but yeah, roughly we will be equal with them. And then after he said that, obviously a lot of One Nation's most ardent supporters, Bob, got on social media and were like, what the fuck? This is crazy. How could you dare do this to us? You've been Judas. You've just thrown us under the bus. And Pauline Hanson came out and she sort of made a retraction of sorts without actually throwing Mr. Farley under the bus and saying he was wrong. But yeah, so that's sort of where it stands, Bob. But they've got
it's a bit worse than that, because they've got enough enemies. They don't need to be turning off their base right now. But they're also giving significant ammunition to the media who would want to tear them down. They were on News 24 today, this afternoon, and I thought this was actually quite powerful. I don't want it to be powerful, but it is, because it's going to turn a lot of the, wavering voters probably to the Liberals, maybe back to Labor. But they put up a chart of One Nation's stance on the numbers of immigration via 4 MPs. So David Farley says 230,000 plus another 100,000. Pauline Hanson says 130,000. One of her backbenchers in the Senate, they produced a recording of him. He wants net zero immigration. And then you've got Malcolm Roberts, who said he wants negative immigration, so more people leaving than coming in. So in the space of like 6 months, they've had 4 different positions on immigration. If the media are picking up that, what is the ALP strategist picking up? The Liberal Party strategists. They're going to hammer them with this. And here's my concern with One Nation all the way through. We've been told over and over again that vetting is more professional, and they have these plethora of candidates, hundreds of people coming into them being candidates. Well, if both those two things are true, why have we got David Farley? Because he's not the first time he screwed things up. And apparently he walked in. Don't tell me this is accidental. Apparently he walked into the Liberal Party room during the week or something, and he said, I could see myself sitting in here. Now, they'll play that off as a joke, but I'm starting to go, is David Farley going to up and leave One Nation and join the Liberals?
Yeah, so one of the big things on that is after he made the alleged faux pas and he got it all so ass backwards and obviously brought a lot of scrutiny on Pauline. Then they had to fight that back and put out a statement by the end of that day as well, try to clarify the remarks. People dug into who he was, and they had a look at it, and they saw that he was a former candidate for the Labor Party.
Exactly.
I believe, right? And
So where's the vetting?
So prior to that, he was also a candidate for a different party who was not One Nation.
I think
And
it's
prior
too
to that,
late
he was
now.
also a candidate for the state legislature and
Yeah.
the council. So he's been trying to do things behind the scenes. And so, yeah, will he jump ship if afforded the opportunity to do so? Most likely.
Well,
Maybe he only wanted a few $1 million out of this, but more importantly, he can get connections out of it and he can make money whilst in office. So it could be a $6 million exercise for him to have a nice retirement. So he knows they're only going to be there for 4 or 5 years. So if he needs to go independent or align with somebody other than One Nation, yeah, but Bob, it's extraordinary that they brought him in over everyone else, particularly, this only weeks after they've been saying we had a resounding amount of support and applicants for One Nation down in Victoria. They had over 1,200. So they're able to select some reasonable candidates according to themselves. Well, how did Farley get through? How did he get through? How did he skip through?
How did the guy down at Flinders here on the by-election get through? I mean, he wasn't the greatest thing.
The homosexual with a Muslim partner who he loves dearly. Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, well, we're getting some comments, which is good. So Judy B, our regular, her comment in this: One Nation seems to be doing, we'll get it up here, a reform UK, i.e. start hard, go soft. I agree with that. We need a restore UK type party. Funny how what's going on is lockstep with global practice. I think there's a bit of truth to that. I do
Can we let Rami take his first shot at each comment we get through, Bob? If you leave it on the screen. Okay, leave it on the screen. Get Rami to take his first shot at it. From Judy B from Twitter.
What Judy?
Rami,
What
B
Judy
from
just said. Yeah. Well, hey Judy. I think I might agree with you, but not on the restore UK part, because the last thing I want to see, and I've been at voting booths for every single federal, state, and local election for the past couple of years, from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., and I've spoken to thousands of voters every single one of these days, and I can truly say to you, I don't have hope that you would have a party like Restore UK win in Australia. The only chance we've got at this is One Nation. We don't need another party. We don't want to split the vote, basically, because it's been happening for too long. During lockdowns, we had all these minor parties that sounded great, but unfortunately, they did split the vote. Now, when it comes to that guy, whatever his name is, I mean, you got to understand that parties sometimes also have to swallow the hard pill. Like, they know the candidate is not perfect, but he's the only one that can win in that area because of his popularity. And I think it's something to consider. Not everybody's going to be perfect. And if you want to win an election, if you want to win the...
Okay, Rami, I'll put a question to you then. If that's the case and you're going to compromise your principles for the sake of having a candidate who can win, how are they any better than the other two major parties?
I don't,
because that's what they do all the time. That's why the Liberals are Labor light.
Well, I don't see it that way, because to me, if it's all about messaging, and if you can send a strong message to Labor and Liberal that you are fertile, you can be broken, we others can win, the game can be changed, then it's a win-win situation. Even if one of the 20-50 candidates who get them from One Nation, one or two of them are not perfect, they're still better. They're still better than what you have as an alternative, unless you have an independent running in the same area. But like, who was running in that area that this guy was running? Do you know?
Yeah. Hey, Rami, just quickly on her question.
But we're
So
back-
she was juxtaposing restore versus reform, right?
Who would have
And-
won in Australia?
And so that's Rupert Lowe versus Farage. So it's sort of not two wings of the same bird on opposite sides. It's two wings of the same bird on the one side, but they're a little bit further removed from each other, facing outwards. Well, I
think-
guess would be a fair way to portray it politically.
But
That's only come about, and that's only in flight. That bird's only in flight as a result of the Labor and Tories in the UK being ineffective over a period of time. So similarly here in this country, we have Liberal and Labor Party who have demonstrated they've been ineffective, or at least Australians now appear totally fed up with them. They're just totally over it. They're not happy to give them another 20 years of leeway to say, keep trying, guys. Eventually you'll get there. They're like, nah, at least one of you guys got to get the hell out of here now. It's One Nation's time to rise up and take hold of that, which is now available for them to grasp onto. And what they can make of that after the fact is up to them. But given that's where they're at, Rami, how do they somehow win over large segments of the population who are still questioning whether or not they're dead serious or not? And compared to how many people they can just win over because, hey, we're just One Nation, so you'll just vote for us because we're One Nation, we're somebody different. So when you see One Nation, you'll just vote for them.
I think I'll say this: one of the most Pauline throughout her whole career, 25, 30 years now, have been extremely consistent with her views, and the numbers on the paper, I think, correct me if I'm mistaken, the net number of migration for One Nation is 130,000, right? 130,000.
That's right. That's their policy, yes.
And that's net. That's net. That's the which is still a lot less than Labor. Not only that, but she's been hinting at better quality migrants, which is already a good place to be in compared to what Labor or Liberals are trying to put together. Now, the third benefit of that, and I know like this could be not very appealing for people who wanted way less numbers, okay? But it is appealing for the other side, the voters, that you can't really win over because of this migration policy and net zero when it comes to migration. There's a lot of voters who are on the line and they want to vote for One Nation, but they can't because of just the migration issue. So I don't the way I see it is she's going to control the quality, and she's been consistent on what kind of quality she wants for the past 25 years. And
you mean for the candidates when you say quality?
No, quality of migration.
Migrants.
People coming in. People coming in.
Yeah. But the funny thing there, though, is if we're being fair, the Liberal Party in their policy, which they announced a while ago, has that similar sort of criteria on the quality of candidates. And they've actually linked it to housing availability as well. I actually think, I can't believe I'm giving credit to the Liberal Party, but I actually think that if you put them side by side, I actually think the Liberal Party immigration policy is probably better than the One Nation one. It's been better thought through, and they're singing more from the same hymn book. My concern isn't so much that I think Pauline Hanson, I love Pauline Hanson. I think she's a great lady. I think her heart's in the right place. She loves this country. She loves its people. My concern and I think a lot of people have this, and this is where Farley worries me. Does she have the political nous to be able to manage a political party when you've got people behind the scenes with different agendas?
Well, if anybody has that question, they should look at who's running the country at the moment and whether they are capable of doing it.
Yeah,
Pauline would be better than someone who came out of social housing and didn't have a real job.
I'm not making that argument. If you look at the ALP, you don't have to love them. I hate them. All right, but they are a disciplined unit. They have their ideology. They put it forward. They sing from the same hymn book. And when their opposition, so this thing with 4 different platforms of immigration.
So we're not talking about capability when it comes to, like, I don't know, running things.
Well, running things is being in control of your party. If you're not in control of your party, as Bob Hawke used to say, if you can't manage a party, how can you manage the country? I mean, from these people that One Nation are going to get voted in, Pauline or whoever's in charge has to form a cabinet and appoint ministers. They're going to be responsible for the legislation that governs our country that affects our lives. So
they'll have more resources by then.
Yeah, but by then the candidates would already be in place. If you've already got a candidate that's going off half-cocked and walking into the Liberal Party room and saying, oh, this would be a nice place to be, how many of those candidates you get? You might have more resources, but what if they jump ship and go into the Liberal Party or the National Party?
I don't think that's ever going to be the case, because
it's already happened.
Well, not for everybody, not for every one of these candidates. What I think is going to happen eventually, if One Nation ever wins, it's going to win if it's going to form a coalition with the Liberals.
I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure. I think the Liberals are waiting for One Nation to shoot themselves in the foot.
But Bob, like when they're going to form the cabinet and assign ministers, I think they're going to have a lot more resources. I'll give you an example.
The resources don't matter, Rami. Chris Bowen has an amazing. He's a fool.
I was just going to say that. I was literally about to roll that out of my tongue. I've met Chris Bowen in person, and I've asked him personally, like face to face, a couple of questions, which he did not have the answers to. And I'm like, well, you know, he looked at me and he said, well, I've got a panel of experts and they tell me these things. So even for somebody who's as dumb as Chris Bowen, who can't answer a single question,
is Ben sleeping?
No, mate, I'm still here.
I can hear snoring. Well, you go sleep, Eddie.
I thought you were snoring for a second as well.
Put him to sleep.
I kept talking just so I could,
Keep going, mate. Sorry, Rami.
I know. I was just talking for the sake of, pulling attention from the snoring. That's all. I was trying to get.
That's hilarious. Maybe I did fall asleep on my microphone for a moment.
Yeah, I'm sure there was snoring.
Hey, we're speaking about David Farley. Are we still up to that point or not?
No, we're going past that point. I think you definitely were asleep. But we're talking about the standard of candidates they've got and what implications that could have on a future, for example, One Nation cabinet.
No, of course. So what are they going to do, Bob? Like, they're going to start putting people forward. They've already said, oh, look, we've got John Barnes, former Essendon ruckman, former Geelong guy. He's going to step up and he's going to be somebody for the Western region in Victoria now. Okay, cool. But at the end of the day, what are they going to do? So if they are able to achieve success, and success would be not attaining government, but would be, removing the Liberal Party from opposition and One Nation becoming opposition. So at that point, then all the screaming banshees are going to come from there for them for the entirety of their time in government as opposition. All these leftists are going to be out in the street in their thousands losing their minds.
I think that'll backfire if they do that.
Well, unless Albo comes out and says this has got to stop, she is not a racist. She is not Hitler 2.0, which the Prime Minister has been reluctant to do so.
He's not going to do that either.
No, of course. So we're going to have adversarial interactions between members of the population for years going forward after the fact, because they're going to be very upset that One Nation.
Benny, are you talking in the run-up to the election or after the election?
Both.
Right. Okay, keep going. Sorry.
We've already seen the first of the student protests Well,
Yeah.
you best believe that there's going to be another half a dozen of those, and I'll give
Good.
you 100 to 1. Like
Keep running them. They'll
Like
keep
that.
driving people into One Nation's hands. Fantastic.
Or
Amazing,
maybe they
yeah,
will,
keep
maybe
it
they
going.
won't. But
No, they will. They definitely will. The feedback I've got from that around Melbourne, the kids might be getting out, but the adults who see that, I just find that pathetic. They could run another 10 of them. I'd love them to run 10 of them.
Ben, I can read and write Arabic, and I've been on a couple of like Facebook community groups where usually the subject of One Nation or Pauline Hanson, when it comes up, there's a lot of criticism, of course, because there's not much love towards her from these communities. When the news of the students going out to protest against One Nation, almost every one of these comments was for Pauline, because they said, what are these idiots doing? They're just little children. How do what do they know? And yeah, end up actually being a positive thing for Pauline from that perspective, where even people who don't understand politics or Australian politics looked at that and saw that it's pure propaganda. They knew that the kids weren't there because they wanted to really protest against a political
teachers have put them up to it. It's a free day
Yeah,
out.
Correct.
But both things, two things can be true at once. So on the one hand, yeah, the kids are underinformed, misinformed, whatever, or they've just got no idea because that they haven't figured out the world around them yet, and no one could say they have because they're 15 or 16 or 17, or they could be even 19 or 21 at university still.
That's right.
So they still haven't figured out the world around them. So they think they're all out there for a bit of a party. It's a day off. Look at us. Hey, let's remember that day.
It's a jigging day.
Even went on social media as well. Look, we were out here.
Yeah.
It was hashtag central on that day.
But
Bob, why didn't you attend? Why weren't you out there in Melbourne that day?
I actually did talk to Daniel. I said, because I know he's
Peaky with you. Yourself and Peaky holding up your iPhones, engaging with the young folk. It would have been fantastic.
I was actually trying to think about it. Because Daniel put up a clip. He did a bit of a
street
street
talk about Sydney. Peaky's your man to talk about the Sydney affair. 100%.
Yeah, no. But yeah, I actually did think about doing that, and I talked to Daniel. It all got too hard. By the time work would just consume me, so I couldn't. But I tell you what, I give credit for, and I'm very critical of him a lot.
Avi
and Rukshan. This is when they're at their element.
Daniel, are you talking about Vote Loico?
Yes.
Okay.
When they did their climate change protest, he went out in a street talk with the cat. I asked him what's involved and thought there's no way I'm getting that up in a week, so I just gave up. Eventually, I'll get there. But look, Avi and Rukshan did a great job. I have my criticism of them, but this was back like the BLM marches, and I thought Avi was very good. This is his niche when he gets in amongst the crowd and he makes them look so stupid. So you had an hour and a half of them live anyway. And sorry.
Where at, mate?
Avi, when he does his live stream in Melbourne.
Yeah, but most recently, which are the one you're giving him commendation for?
The live stream of the Melbourne protest against Pauline.
The students' protest against Pauline.
The students protesting, yeah.
Yeah,
no,
he had that. Yeah, and he did a great look. You can be critical, but you got to give credit where credit was due, and I think he did a great
100%.
job.
Hey, Bob, so on that, this is why I wanted the clarification point.
Yeah.
Why does he deserve to be commended for an action like that? He had like 6 or 7 security with him that time as well, didn't he? He had so much security. He was saying, "Hey," to other people who were under attack. Somebody like I think
no, it was a journalist. She got a microphone taken off, and they helped to get it back. But mate, seriously, if you're a conservative,
in South Australia, didn't someone from South Australia? Oh no, Avi was in Victoria.
Avi was in Melbourne. Avi and Rukshan were in Melbourne.
Because Corey Bernardi stepped out as well.
Yes, that's right.
Hey, what's up? So Avi was doing his thing, but let's give Avi his props. So was Rukshan right there with Avi on camera?
Yeah, well, they both work together now. So Rukshan was taking the video and Avi was doing the commentating and the interviewing. And yes, they had a big security detail, but good luck to him, because being amongst that many rabid, nutty socialists, I mean, you only had to watch the highlights of the abuse they were copying. You would need that security, especially the other part you've got to remember, it's not even the physical violence, it's your equipment you're carrying around, which is worth thousands and thousands of dollars. And if you allow anybody to come at you, they can steal your equipment, damage your equipment. They do that without thought. But they had 6, I think. I don't know whether you remember him. I think his name's Nick Patterson. He got arrested during the
the Lions of Judah.
He got arrested. I don't. Is he
MMA fighter Nick Patterson?
Yeah. So he got arrested during the COVID protest. Him and Harvey struck up a relationship. So he got a lot of his mates down to protect him. I don't blame him for that. I would have done if I had security.
Have you met Nick? Have you seen him out in public, Bob? Have you met him before, mate?
No, I've just seen him on the live stream. So
stocky young fella.
He is a stocky young fella.
He's been punched in quite a bit. Cauliflower ears on both sides.
Probably played a lot of rugby.
Aging now though, like 10 years after his prime, that's for sure. But rolls deep with a few guys who know how to throw a few.
Yes, and they
can be the front line. But yeah, they assisted.
You don't want to mess with anybody with these kind of ears.
But let's get back to One Nation because we've digressed there a little bit. Plus, I've got an exciting announcement to put on here. Bro from X, I exchanged a lot of opinions with him on the X platform. He's come on and given us a comment, and actually, I want to comment on this one because I agree with what he's saying. We had
the video we were trying to play earlier on, Bob.
Yeah,
but it wouldn't play, mate. That was actually Bro's video.
He's a great man.
We were trying to pull up, man. Yeah, so Bro's been out there. Bro's a horseman.
Well, Bro, welcome aboard. We love you having your company. Now, Judy responded again. I'll show you what she's put on there. Judy loves to respond. I disagree with you on Judy. We've agreed on nearly everything tonight, Judy, but not this one. But Rami, better quality, i.e. skilled migrants. But what mention of skilled? Oh, no, she's put in 2. So I'll go back to your first one, Judy. My thoughts, too late for any other party hopes for Victoria. But with time remaining for federal elections, we need to surge the numbers for Jared Rennick's People First Party. Well, that's a hard no for me. I cannot stand Rennick. But anyway, each to their own.
One Nation will sweep him up. If One Nation sweeps up Jared Rennick, everything's solved. Let him do his thing up until the
Jared Rennick. When you say sweep him up, work with him. Or just
let him move on in, let him draft in. He'll have an office somewhere.
Too much of an narcissist.
They will never work together. They hate each other. One Nation. It's not a chance.
Who works on the top floor isn't concerned about who's working on the 7th floor.
I love you.
The person on the 7th floor
I love your optimism. We'll just agree to disagree because we're getting late, and I want to get through a few of these comments. Cassini, she's been very patient. Her comment, I almost lost my job to believe all women. It's evil and insidious. Evidence, please. I totally agree with you, Cassini. We're on a unity ticket there. Judy's come back, so we'll get the thing. Better quality. This is for you, Rami. Better quality, i.e. skilled migrants, but what mentioned of skill quality? Labor has lowered the pass bar to accommodate immigrants. What's One Nation's stance? Push the bar back up. I think she's questioning what's the policy about One Nation's raising the standard of immigrant we bring into the country.
Well, Pauline has already came out publicly and told you which countries we don't want migrants coming from, what type of migrants we also don't want. She's been very vocal about.
Can you expand on that, Rami? The one she said, because I know the one you're talking about.
So Pauline have picked up a handful of country. I think was Iraq, Syria, Libya, Egypt, and a couple of other ones where she said we don't want people coming from there. I'm from Iraq, and I agree with her. You need to be very careful about these places and where people come from. Now she's looking at rejecting student migrants because I think that's where the numbers really speak up.
I think she's gone further. Hasn't she said she's going to remigrate student migrants here on an expired visa?
Correct. Absolutely correct. And I think, they're the ones who are really stealing jobs from your ordinary Australian.
Yeah.
They come here on student visas and they take all these, what do you call them, blue collar jobs or white collar jobs? I don't know. But yeah, she wants to get rid of him. And she also, like, her net numbers are also in general lower than the Labour. So it's a win-win.
And I think that, like I said before, I think the Liberals have mimicked a lot of what she said, and they've actually said about targeting immigration that is a higher skilled as well. They didn't go as far, though, to target certain countries where Pauline did, which I think is more powerful. I think her...
Pauline has also spoke about fake certificates and stuff like that, because we've had like hundreds of thousands of people come from India with fake master degrees and fake diplomas just to get in here. And didn't we have recently like a migrant from India who was a nurse or a doctor or something? But he'd never been a doctor. He hadn't even been to university. But he had a fake certificate and he worked as a GP or something.
So Judy's come back with, just put this up here. Yeah, but it's open to Indians and Labor lowered the skill bar to accommodate them. I'm not too sure. I think in their overall One Nation policy, they could be looking to address that. But I do agree there with Jody. But there's a lot of, I know a few Indian families too. There's a number of Indian professionals that come out here that are, are complementary. For example, in the IT industry, they're very clever people. So it's not just the lower level migrants. And Australian, if we're being brutally honest, why do we have a lot of those lower level immigrants come in? Because Australians are too lazy to go down to the food store to buy their own food. We've got to Uber Eat them in, and every Uber Eats delivery person you get is usually of Indian or Sri Lankan heritage. So if we don't want them in, then why don't we just go down and buy our own food and get in the car or get on the bike and stop being so lazy?
Yes. Whilst that might be true, like in a general sense, Bob, what we have to think about when we're trying to do those comparisons between why is it that we need to bring in this intake of, let's just call it 200,000 people from India every single year to satisfy a requirement of demand in our labour force by Australians who are unwilling to do that work, right?
Let's be fair, it's not 200,000 Indians a year.
Yeah, well, whatever it may be, but for the sake of the exercise.
Under Labour it is. Under Labour it is.
The entire turn. What's our immigration intake now?
I think if you count students as well, it would be over 200,000 Indians a year. If you count students, which, by the way, they come here to work. They don't come here to study.
Well, that's where I think Pauline's policy of remigrating anyone here is on an expired student visa would eliminate half that problem, wouldn't it? Pretty quickly.
Yeah. It may do so, but for the sake of this exercise, though, what we have to think about is India has got more than 1 billion people, and Australia's got less than 30 million people. So when you think about it and extrapolate those different numbers, and you figure out, well, that's more than 25 times our population size. Well, that means the percentage of a population per capita of a population size that vast in comparison to a population size as small as we are in comparison to them. Well, a percentage of the population who would be go-getters, self-starters, would naturally be inclined to come to Australia. And this is why many of these guys who are driving Uber are like, man, I've got a master's degree in this, or should be at a tertiary education facility because I've got a degree in that, or I should be making 6 figures every single year. But I'm just here doing this right now to ensure that I can get a visa to stay here long term, then I can actually apply myself. And one of my Indian brothers is going to give me a job. Yeah, go ahead, Rami.
Well, that's the problem, Ben, is that Australia has made it really easy to obtain citizenship here in Australia or permanent residency. I just traveled back from a country in Southern Asia, and by the way, it was packed with Indian tourists and Indians who work there. But guess what? Many expats, many people from all over the world, third world countries, and developed world, they all live there. But guess what? Not a single one of them has neither permanent residency or citizenship. The country does not offer it.
They can't vote.
Exactly. They don't want these people to vote. That I want to give them the rights that the citizens who are born there enjoy. And the third thing is, even if you're trying to buy yourself, let's say, an apartment, guess what? There's a law in the country that say more than 50% of the building has to be owned by citizens. Okay, so you can't come from another country and buy the whole building, no. And you can't own land as well. So when I was there, I met so many people from all over the world, especially like from England and America, who live there, and they have to renew their visa every single month or every 3 months. They have to go to the border, renew their visa, but they still want to live there, and they're okay with living there without having all these, it's funny because the majority of these people that I met were hardcore lefties who should be protesting in the streets there and saying, give us our rights,
Well, mate,
no.
what about the hardcore lefties in New York and now talking about how bad Mandami is because he's coming for their wealth and their property? So, you got De Niro and George Clooney all bitching about him. Well, you guys promoted him, you silly bastards. But I'll tell you what the difference is now to what it was a couple of years ago, and this is where you got to give One Nation a fair bit of credit, whether you agree with the immigration or not going on. What is happening now is immigration is an open debate in the Australian political scene. So I think in the longer run, because it's out in the open, because it's an issue, because it's being debated continuously, we're probably going to end up with a better number because One Nation is going to drag both Labor and the Liberals kicking and screaming to a lower number. I mean, Labor now are talking about a lower intake rate to make the Liberals and be a bit higher than One Nation. If Farley's saying the same thing, actually if Farley's numbers were right, One Nation numbers would be slightly higher than the ALP. We're now in the bizarre thing that this week on News 24, a conga line of ALP politicians are coming out and say, see, our immigration intake is lower than One Nation's. So we're sort of dragging the politicians to get there. So while I understand Judy's comments, for example, I do think we don't have a restore, like Rami said, and this is where I want to bring Brobo's comment in, because I think this one's important for discussion and because it's his first time. All we need is the balance of power in the Senate to start off with. That's all we need to target initially and then build from there. I actually really strongly agree with that. I think the best result, if you're looking at the best result for them, if you're not going to lose any sleep of it, but I don't think we're going to get it. And I'll tell you why. One Nation, here's a bigger question for everyone. Are people voting for One Nation because they absolutely embrace their platform, or are people just sick to death of the major parties and they would vote for the drover's dog political party at this stage as opposed to the majors? Are the numbers we're seeing on the rise of One Nation are simply people who are fed up, or are they that latched on and have they been that convinced that the One Nation party platform is what's going to make Australia better? Or is it a combination of both? What do you guys think?
So we just need to see two things said from One Nation. So I'll sum it up really quickly so Rami can speak about it in further detail. But as a result of them being confused with the number of 130,000 plus 100,000 from Farley, then trying to walk that back, One Nation can put this to bed pretty easily if they just say two words publicly and stick with those two words through to the election. Now, the two words are obvious, but most people won't come to them naturally. But as soon as they hear them, they'll think, yep, damn right. Okay, cool. That's where we're at. This one needs to be done. The first option of the two words is mass deportations, but that's probably far too strong. So instead of mass deportations, we need remigration now. And if One Nation can somehow incorporate remigration now into their messaging, so Australians will know, look, yeah, we may have this number, there may be a discrepancy in it, but we're still going to deport 200,000 people within the first 12 months who shouldn't be in this country. And that hopefully should satisfy a lot of the outrage of people out there in the population who are expecting us to deport many more than that.
Okay, Ben, before you go to Roman, can I ask a question? Because you never get this answer from anybody. When you're saying mass deportation, instead of saying that or whatever you want to call it, can we define what that looks like? Scotty Challen always talks about this and says 2 million people have got to go. I think if you go with anything that, and don't think for a moment that the major parties won't latch onto that number, because that'll put the fear of God into recent immigrants, the children of immigrants, people trying to get a whole bunch of things, and the left-wing media will cane us on it. So when we talk about mass deportation, so there's 70,000 students who student visas have expired or whatever. There might be 100,000 people here on visas that have expired. What are we talking about with mass deportation? Because you're going to get asked that question. Can you expand on that for us a bit?
Yeah, so, and this is why it's very uncomfortable, but why people like Scotty Challen and others prior to him, because he's not unique in the situation. He is merely observing the Overton window shifting and saying, well, this question is now being asked. And One Nation, if you are serious as a political entity wishing to differentiate yourself from the existing parties, how are you doing so? And if you're running on a platform of immigration and migration and lessening the impact of migration because we're suffering the after effects of migration to the numbers we have been recently receiving, which is causing grief for people to attain housing primarily, which is a pretty big problem in the country. So if we can just address that. So what's the impetus and the reason for us wishing to address migration? It's because we have a housing crisis. Okay, why are we having the housing crisis? Because of migrants. Okay, Scotty Challen is saying, well, what are you going to do? How are you going to satisfy us? We want to send people home. And the government might be hamstrung by that aspiration only because they say, how are we meant to send them home? And Scotty Challen and other people, because by no stretch of the imagination is he the most extreme voice. By no stretch of the imagination is he the extreme voice in this conversation. He might be the most moderate voice in the conversation, but people are unwilling to accept him as a moderate voice. On the one hand, you have people who are saying mass deportations means we need millions gone from the country within the first couple of years. And Scott may be echoing those calls for mass deportations, but he may understand the logistics of doing so are going to be extremely challenging. So what does it actually look like practically? So if you wish to deport 1 million people over the course of 3 years, the easiest way to look at it...
What's your number? You're talking 1 million over 3 years here, right?
If you want to get rid of 1 million over 3 years to alleviate some of the pressures on housing demand in the country, that would be the sole reason for wishing to do so. But if you wish to achieve that objective, 1 million people over 3 years, and that would be combined with a 5-year pause on migration and other things as well, the removal of other people and the non-extension of their visas to achieve a larger number than 1 million people over 3 years. But if we just use that as one avenue of bringing down the number of people in the country requiring a house, and also requiring an opportunity which could otherwise be afforded to an Australian if they're willing to do the job.
Okay, give us numbers, Ben. Who's going?
Yeah. So 1,000 people a day is 365,000 people a year. So you need 3 aircraft a day, 3 Airbuses every single day.
I'm not asking that. I'm not asking the numbers. Which part of our population are you deporting?
Yeah. Okay.
Is it the Chinese? Is it the Africans? Is it the Muslims? Is it the Indonesians? Is it the Asians?
So what we're going to work that list backwards. So I'll tell you who it is not going to be initially. Initially, it will not be anyone who professes to be of the Christian faith. They will be not within the first 1 million removed from the country.
Are they in the second million? So?
No, they're not even like 10th on that list, my man. Like the Christians are good. They're cool. There's no drama.
Okay, keep going because it's going to be interesting. Yep.
And then you can make your way all the way up to the top. Now, whoever is at the top.
So right now you've got the Jews and the Muslims at top of your list, I'm assuming.
No. To tell you the truth, I didn't even have the 4 letters written out on my piece of paper here, which is locked in the memory. But I'm just because
come on, spit it out.
Ordinarily, I would have my pen and paper before me, but I do not this evening.
Okay, who's top of your list?
It would be those who present the largest risk of becoming overrepresented in the country within 1 or 2 generations
Muslims.
as a result of their birth rate.
Muslims and Indians.
Yeah. To cut to the chase, I think it would have to be them because if we do look at the demographics and their birth rates in comparison to, for lack of a better term, found in stock birth rates. Somehow we have to combat that, so we have to restrict that. Now, okay. Bob, it might have been on a previous conversation we had with Rami, and it might have been because we were on it and it was extremely late. It might have been when I was in Texas, and it might have been 4:30 in the morning. But,
you weren't sleeping in that podcast, Ben.
You're asking, what does the ideal immigration policy look like if we are going to bring people in to try to arrest and reverse this trajectory?
Okay, and, keep going. No, the number I want to bring you back because I never get the answer to these, and you're on the way to giving me the answer.
Okay,
so I'm very curious. Let's not detract from it. So we got Muslims on the top of the list, or maybe Indians, either or, maybe 1 and 2. Okay, let's concentrate on the Muslims because they're the ones
have to go.
Yeah, no, well, okay. Let's say they're a Muslim.
We'll
hold on, Ben. Let me get this question out. We're talking 1 million people. That's an awful lot of people. Like, for example, how many Muslims are in Australia?
Maybe 1 million, 1.5 million. I'll pull it up. Actually.
Yeah, no, well, if you want. Okay, pull that up. But how many of those Muslims are 2nd, 3rd generations Australians? Pull that up as well if you're pulling it up. Have we still got you, Benny?
You do, Bob. Let me pull this up, mate.
Okay, mate, just checking. I thought we might have lost you again.
Okay. So what's the first one we want to pull up?
Well, how many Muslims are there in Australia, and how many of them are 2nd, 3rd, 4th generation Australians? So it's a 2-part question. So we're just focusing on the Muslim demographic at the moment.
Okay, 820,000 Muslims in Australia presently.
So how many of them would we? How many of them would we keep?
So what's the second or follow-up question? The first one was how many?
Well, how many of them are 2nd, 3rd, 4th generation Australians? So they're Muslims, but they've been in this country, either born in the country or their parents who came here or their grandparents. So how many 2nd, 3rd generation Muslims are there in Australia?
I'm just having a quick look. 1 sec, mate. Okay, according to data tracking, religious affiliation from the ABS, demographic research, approximately 36 to 40% of Australian Muslims are Australian born, which would mean
that's close to
wait a second,
250,000.
Yeah, but let's have a think about that in that reverse for a second, because it is shocking both ways, right? And it can prove both arguments as well.
No,
so it says here approximately 36 to 40% of Australian Muslims are Australian born, which means 60 to 64% of Australian Muslims are foreign born.
Yeah. That'd be fair enough. I'd accept that.
Which actually means that is Islam a foreign concept in Australia?
Well, let's not get away from it. Let's not get, because I'm very curious on this question. So let's not get it. So we've got 800,000 Muslims in Australia.
Yep.
Let's say 40% of them Australian born, so 60% are foreign born. So I'm assuming of that 60%, a lot of those would be parents of that 40%. So out of that 800,000 in the million we're going to deport, so we got 200,000 left over somewhere. How are we going to identify which one of those Muslims we deport, or we just deporting all of them? I'm curious, how do we get to 2 million?
No, I
Or a million.
think what we could do, I know this is considered extreme by some, but for other people, it's completely plausible.
Yeah, but okay,
There's no
just
drama.
answer the question. How many do we deport? It's a number, Ben. You said we've got to have mass deportations of 1 million. How many Muslims? And you said Muslims in India are in our top 2. We've got 800,000 Muslims.
Yeah. No, I'm with you.
Which ones are we deporting?
I'm happy to throw a number out at you.
Okay,
Without
good.
adding it's because they're Muslim. Like, I don't care who they are, because they're not meant to be here. They shouldn't be.
Oh, no. Well, okay, give me a number.
Okay, well, so if 2 million have to go,
Well, 2 million now. I thought it was 1 million.
no, I've got the numbers of how you could achieve 1 million, but even by doing that, it's 1,000 people.
Let's be clear on this. You want mass deportations.
Yeah.
Do you want 1 million to go or 2 million to go?
2 million is ideal.
Okay, all right, 2 million. We've got
If
800,000.
we wish to bring housing down to 500,000
We've got
dollars a piece,
we've got 800. We've got 800,000 Muslims.
Yeah.
That 2 million. How many of those Muslims are you going to deport?
All the ones who subscribe to Sharia law.
How do you identify that?
You simply ask them the question.
And they're going to say yes or
If
no.
they're willing, they'll have to sign on the piece of paper. Will we get all of them in the dragnet? No, we won't. Will we get 30, 40, 50%? Absolutely.
By Australian law, is that even enforceable?
It is.
It is. You sure on that?
If we make the law to make it enforceable, it will be enforceable.
Well, okay.
because
Well,
it
then
will make it the law.
Let's assume we're just dealing.
Does the law exist now? No, it doesn't.
Okay, so we couldn't do it.
No, and this is one of the challenges before One Nation, obviously.
Yeah, but One Nation can make that promise, and let's say they even get the balance of power, they still might not be able to pass that law. You've got to have that law in place.
Well, no, of course. I'm right there with you. This is all pie in the sky stuff. But you're asking me the question, like, I'm
asking you this question, Ben, because of what you've said is One Nation should go to the public and promise mass deportations. If you're going to go to the public,
no. I said instead of that, they can't use that.
No, well, they're using another.
They need to use remigration now.
And
that will clarify people's disappointment in Farley coming out and saying we want to be the same as Labor.
But remigration is going to invite the very questions that I'm giving you here, and this is going to come from the media. And you right now, sorry, you're struggling to give me the numbers and exactly how you're going to go about this. And we're hoping.
I'm with you. Like, it's 200,000 bare minimum.
But how do you take this to an election, Ben?
Oh, 100.
Without blowing yourself up.
What they need to do is they need to outline and identify immediately or as quickly as possible who are the people who are targeted for removal from the country, and then have a dossier of information which is available to every single individual to scrutinize, which is on the internet, to say this is why this person should be removed from the country.
Do you understand what the media are going to do with that?
Good. Let them report, hey, this guy who was raped this many people, this guy who was Molotov cocktail, this many businesses, One Nation wants to throw him out of the country, and they've got him stamped for removal.
That's a couple, but you're talking 2 bloody million. There's going to be a lot of. Sorry, I know a lot of.
No. The first 100,000 will be criminal. You're not going to in the first rollout, the first batch of people. You're not going to have people who are somehow there's any ambiguity to whether or not they should remain in the country. They're not Rami types. They're antithetical to our good friend Rami. In fact, we can swap out one of those we're going to remove and bring in one of Rami, and Australia would be better for it, even though we're still
but okay. I'm just getting to this number that keeps getting put about, and this is where we split, right? 2 million is an awful lot of people. In that 2 million people, you're going to catch up a lot of innocent, decent people that you're going to target for
going to be painful.
No, well, then it's you can't take that to a bloody election.
I'm not saying you can, and also like 2 million.
And
that's a serious aspiration.
You're putting
at first. What I was saying is, what you would want is 1,000 people a day, which would only be 365,000 a year, which would give you just shy or just over 1 million within 3 years, which means during the first term you could say, look, we're on track to do this. This has been working. Yeah,
in your first year, then I'll come back with another question. In your first year, you're getting rid of 365,000 people. At your top list, let's say you've got the Islamic things on. Then so you've got 800,000 Muslims. You've got 100,000 criminals. So potentially you've still got 265,000 decent Muslim citizens. Now, you and I have our views on Islam. Rami has his view.
100. I'm right there with you. But there's going to be students who aren't renewed.
Well,
so you'll be able to get to 365 pretty quickly.
But what? Oh, I don't know. You can.
Aged care, nursing.
What aged care and nursing?
All of these training facilities which are offering up certificates in absolute bullshit as well. Yeah, 100%. We're only talking like after family reunification and skilled migrants, legitimate skilled migrants need to be here. We're probably talking what? We only need 150,000
Okay.
here.
Let me finish it here. If you're going to take that policy to the Australian electorate that has got a bunch of immigrants and children of immigrants in it, you would want to be coming out with a very, very, very detailed policy of the people you're targeting, how you're going to get to that number.
The good ones get to stay, and if they
no, that's too simple, mate. You got to be better than that. You're taking what people will paint as and have genuine reason to paint it as a Nazification of the Australian political process to basically put people in camps and get them out of the place.
Can I tell you what you want to hear? I'll tell you what you want to hear, Bob.
I don't know whether I do want to hear it, but you can tell.
So, and maybe this will wake Rami up a little bit as well, because
I'm going to have to go to bed.
Yeah. Come on.
I said earlier, Christians are cool, and particularly Christians from Rami's region of the world, because they've got a story to tell, and that can be a part of the Australian story going forward as far as I'm concerned.
And can we do a welcome to country to my people as well?
Let's go. Hey, Saddam's wife said it wasn't Saddam who was hung.
That's bullshit.
No, she said it. She said it on video.
It was him. You know how you know it's him?
Why?
He wasn't scared.
I was trying to, I won't go into it now, but I was explaining that to someone the other evening on a space, as a matter of fact, Rami. Certain people who have perpetrated certain crimes because they've been in a dictatorial position for so long, they have got away with the worst atrocities for so long, they no longer fear repercussions, because repercussions don't come naturally to them because they are above the law. But on that day, he faced his maker, and he trembled in trepidation and fear as the noose tightened around his neck. Bob's back, Rami. Bob's back.
There we go. I've got an apology to make, guys. So this is a first. I've been saying, I'll show you the message. Cassini27. I've been calling him a she.
You mean misgendering Casey?
Yeah, sorry, mate. To be honest, I had an ex-girlfriend called Casey, so it just sort of come into my head. So I owe you an apology, mate. You're a he, not a she.
Bob,
Gender
Hey Bob,
neutral?
do you know there's actually internet law, LORE, for what you've got to do to rectify that situation?
Oh God, yeah. What do I got to do?
So because it was the second time, because I believe, and they can let you know in the chat, but I think they made you aware of that situation last week also. So it's been persisting for some time that you've been misgendering that individual, Bob. And Bob, because we know you are so woke 3.0, as a matter of fact, ladies and gentlemen.
Woke
He's woke
3.0.
3.0.
Beta.
He's evolved beyond the evolution of the woke 1.0 to 2.0. Bob is woke 3.0. So, Bob, your penance for stepping across the line and doing that to your dear
Spit it out.
audience member, listener there, is to actually, they're going to DM you their number. And, Bob, you're going to call your guest at a time suitable to yourself, not after this show. You say, "G'day, mate, how's it going?" You're going to have to perform some community outreach. At your community service, Bob, I sentence you to approximately 6.5 minutes of
Mate, you've just,
conversation with the individual.
you've just sentenced 2 million people for deportation. So, hey,
So this is light work.
my
Yeah, this
my
is light
show,
work.
not yours. Cassini, I apologise profusely. I'll never call you a she again. My fault. If you can't accept that, I'm sorry, mate. If you want to call me, feel free. Send me a DM and we'll chat. I won't force myself upon anyone. But
No, it's never bad in that circumstance, Bob. What it is actually you as a host are reaching out to a fan, and assuredly, mate,
I just
when you
did.
touch base with like a Cassini, they'd be like over the moon. They'd be like, "What? Oh, I'm speaking with Bob," and they'd be like over the moon all about it. So
Cassini,
it'd be totally cool.
Cassini, if you want me to apologise to you by phone, send me a DM with your number and I'll happily give you a call.
Let's go, Cassini. There you go. I just teed
There
you
you
up.
go.
Let's go.
I think Casino is just being sarcastic.
You what? You reckon he is a she?
I think he was being sarcastic about
Oh,
the
right.
misgendering, I think.
Anyway, if I've caused
that
offence,
serious.
I apologise. I'm man enough to apologise. Hey, boys, it's nearly midnight,
What
so
else has Bro said tonight, Bob? Because Bro is a pretty big
Bro
deal.
Bro's been what?
Bro actually cut straight to the
Bro
chase.
just
He's got a
left.
keen eye on what's taking
Has he
place
left,
in
has he?
Australian politics as well.
Stipulations. Well, here's one. Stipulations on citizenship. You must contribute a certain amount financially. No welfare dependents, crime or yeah, I agree with that. These are not met. Don't have any problem with that. I just struggle to see how we get to 2 million, which is what I'm trying to get through. Judy here, remigration programs, Bob. I get all this, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I get all that. No more mosque, no burqas. So basically, you want to get rid of all the Muslims, fine. I've got no problem with you being up front about that. I still fail, considering we've only got 800,000 of them, are struggling to see how we get to the 2 million under our current legal system.
I can get you there.
Sorry?
I can get you there.
Yeah. You don't need to, this is Brobo again, you don't need to take it to an election. Labor didn't take mass migration to an election. Fair point.
Elbow took, "I'll give you $275 so you can pay your power bill." And people said, "Really? 275?" He said, "Yeah, over like 5 years. Yeah, 100% cool."
That was one of his mild lies.
$275. They sold out for that. Like, come on now, bro.
The issue is,
let's get a tweet about 275. The way Elbow swindled the Australian people and spanked them. 275.
Brobo is 100% spot on. You don't have to take an election, but I think to achieve that deportation number that we're talking about, you would have to change Australian law. So you have to pass legislation. So it's something you sort of can't quite hide with the $275 promise. So it's a bit bigger thing that I think.
No, but it just shows you, like, Elbow was trying to sweeten the deal back then against ScoMo, who was dog shit because ScoMo was Sunday night curry.
Oh, ScoMo was a disaster.
Absolutely over it. Like, it made no difference. But yeah, then Elbow's like 275. Here you go. Bob, man, I'll give you $500. Will that pay your power bill this year? That's only come close to paying half, mate.
Donate what you want. No, mate, my power bill's ridiculous. Hey, it's 11:32. I got to be up at 9 o'clock, and I think Rami's about to fall asleep like you did, Ben. So I'm going to give you boys a chance at final thoughts. You got about 2 minutes, Rami. You can kick it off so you can go to bed.
I think it it's nice to see all the people in the comment section. We had a lot of, very nice comments today.
Yes.
And very mind challenging comments as well. And I mean, like, in a good way. If sorry,
Thought provoking is the word you're looking for.
yeah. So what I would say, like, on this subject, I think you go to places like the airport. I was at the airport the other day. I counted 6 white people who were traveling, and the rest of the thousands and thousands of people were of Indian and Chinese descent. I went to the city the other day, to the CBD. 80% of the people were Chinese. Again, I can hardly see any white people. I think the biggest population or the biggest migrant demographic seems to be the Chinese one. I think I agree with you, Bob. There's a lot of good Muslims. My issue is not with the people, but with the ideology. Okay. And I feel the easiest way to solve the remigration problem without having to get into election promises or changing laws and constitution and all that sort of stuff is simply just do few steps. Okay. Number one, make it harder to access welfare, crack down on welfare. That should solve half of it. Be harsher on crime. If you commit a crime, you get deported. That should be also a really good start. If you overstayed your visa, goodbye. If you have, and I'm pretty sure I haven't thought of 10 other things that you can throw in that basket. I think it's a nicer way about being humane and at the same time making sure no one is harmed, no good man is harmed during the process, because we are full. I agree. And the demographic, like I said, I did not feel like I was in Australia when I was in CBD or when I was in the airport. It felt like I was in a country without an identity, just concrete slabs and people from all over the world. And that's where Pauline would win if she doubles down on her monoculturalism messaging.
100%. Yes.
And we need one culture, and we want people who love this country, not just want to feed off this country.
Beautiful. Ben, you still with us?
Yeah, mate. So, final remarks on Australia. What I
On
think
anything.
Australia needs. Well, Australia needs more people like Rami to be in Australia to tell people who are new to Australia how they can best fit in with being Australian, first and foremost. Australia needs more people like Bob who could be enjoying themselves, getting out amongst the wilderness, driving over mountains, looking at koalas, watching waterfalls, to give a damn about the country and to give an interest in what's taking place. We need some Australian journalists to appear more frequently in the front row at the National Press Club to be putting pertinent questions to some of the people who are the guest speakers at the National Press Club. We would expect people who are front and center with Anthony Albanese occasionally to put questions to the Prime Minister which make him revolt in horror because he wasn't expecting such a question put forward to him. What can One Nation do? One Nation can start saying we want remigration. How are we going to get there? They're going to have to say we want to do it and we'll achieve these type of numbers because the numbers are important. I can acknowledge and recognize that, Bob, because you were heavily focused on them earlier for all the reasons which they are relevant for. And based on that, if One Nation can come on out and not say mass deportation, but say remigration now, and here's the people we're going to remove from the country, if that is 25,000 to start with, it quickly grows to 100,000, quickly grows to 2, 3, 4, 5, 600,000 people who shouldn't be in the country. And if that's as a result of them setting people on fire, stealing automobiles, apprehending people on the street with weaponry, whatever it may be, whatever their crime may be, if that means, guess what, they lose the opportunity and the right to be in this country, Bob, well, so be it. And if that means it'll have to be figured out in the High Court as well, let's take it there.
I have.
And then-
I have.
You guys have no idea how, like, number one, how the vast majority of migrants will agree with this statement.
Yeah, I agree with
Every time I've seen this statement online and I've read the comments, every single migrant is 100% for it.
Absolutely. My point is not deporting criminals. I'm 100% with you.
Or do a thorough investigation on corruption as well.
Yeah.
If you're corrupt, you're going back home.
My point is
corruption.
Is how.
Bob,
Yep.
sorry, if I can just get this in, because
Yep.
like, I'm still shocked at the fact that we still have to be acting like, you know, we doing something terrible, because I think I just came from Asia. I came from Thailand. Give me one lefty that hate Thailand. Give me one single lefty that hate that country. No one does. They love that country. And guess what? If you said this to anybody in Thailand, they would laugh at you, because that's considered normal. You do a crime, you go back home. See you later. We don't even give citizenships. That's how they think.
And I agree.
It's time to. The problem with conservatives in Australia is they becoming more and more politically correct, just like the left. We get in a bit carried away or infected. I think it's rules are rules and law is law, and we having a housing problem for people who already live here, and we housing criminals, and criminals go to 5-star jails that we spent $150,000 a year of taxpayer money just to house these people in jail cells. No, sorry, it costs $2,000 to send that criminal back home. Why does the taxpayer have to fucking
they're gone, Rami. They're gone.
But no one's arguing that point. I mean, send them home. Send the people.
So how do One Nation sell the message then, Bob? Well, One
I'm
Nation
not
needs to start putting out.
Well, I tell you what they don't sell it with is, whether it's remigration or mass deportation or whatever cute name you want to sell it up to, don't use the number 2 million. Don't use that bloody number.
They can get Elbow to start the procedure before they even become a position.
Why do they need a number? Why can't they just say, if you're...
No, hold on a second. I'll give you a better one. Why do they need the slogan? Why do they need that slogan?
Why can't you just say, if you commit a crime, you're going back to your country of origin?
But there can also be
out of the country. Why do we have
agree with
number?
that.
Well, why are we putting a number of? This is where I think it backfires.
I agree with that. Before we move on to the backfire, though, I agree with that, because what we can do is we can say, look, this is what's taking place. We can hold off on the 2 million number, but we can put out as part of our advertising campaign, and we can put on national advertising if we see fit to do so, which includes television. Here's a mugshot. Here's the rundown of what this assailant has done whilst he's been a guest in this country. The Albanese government has been reluctant to remove him from the country. Tony Burke will not stamp him, never to be received again.
Well, Tony Burke is worse. He's bringing ISIS brides back to the country. I mean,
we understand all of that.
I'm trying to deport.
But there are other commercials we can run throughout this exercise. But the first one should be, here's this guy, we're One Nation. And the only thing on the billboard is vote One Nation. And there's a mugshot of the assailant and the litany of crimes he has been convicted of. and the Labor government is reluctant to remove him from the country. And there's hundreds of examples they can use. And that's very bad press for Albo, because eventually at the press conferences, they can start to ask him the question, hey, Albo, what about this guy? Why haven't you removed him from the country? He's now appealing for the third time, and he's been convicted of this crime and that crime and this crime and that crime. We're seeing it in billboards and we're seeing it in commercials around the country. So it's pretty easy for One Nation to actually start making traction on this stuff to satisfy people like yourself, Bob, who aren't necessarily satisfied at the moment. Rami sits back and he observes it all and he watches and he's like, this is quite funny. Oh, this is interesting. Let's see what's going to happen in this next development. So it's a different type of attentiveness to what's actually taking place. You're more drilled in deep to the day-to-day operation. Rami's looking at it from a long-term view.
I think you're assuming things there, Ben. I think the 2 million number is a ridiculous number. I think the 1 million number is a ridiculous number. I'm just asking you questions.
I said 365. To be fair,
no. To be fair, at the very start, you said 1 million.
Yes. Over the course of 3 years.
No, that came in later. So, but these are numbers. Okay, you get rid of 365,000 in your first year. Let's say they're all your criminals and all your people who've had their visas expired, all that. The next year, who's the next 365,000?
Those
who are you
who
deporting
do not
there?
speak English, those who are not Christian, those who are coming
in
the last couple of years.
Okay, take that and get wiped out.
I would say it's also, and this is not a, like, I'm not trying to be argumentative, but it's unchristian to say we don't want Christian people here, because we are then, as Christians, we are not better than, for example, the Muslims who have foundations. What do you call these foundations that help poor people?
That might be the case. So what we can do...
They only help Muslims. So
that might be the case, Rami. So what we can do to figure out that situation is we'll say, okay, we want to offset whatever that problem would be, because it's all about ensuring there'll be a super majority of certain people in this country forevermore, right?
Ban the burqa, ban the hijab.
Litmus test, Sharia law, jihad.
Sharia law, jihad.
Yeah, but no, a lot of Muslims don't. A lot of Muslims don't. But sorry, Ben, I got to pull you up. I can't. I'll be honest. I can't stand Islam, and a lot of it stink. But I also know there's a lot of bloody good Muslims who don't believe in Sharia law, don't believe in jihad, and you're saying as a Christian nation we're going to turf them out. I mean,
we can ask the question as a witness test.
You said anyone who's non-Christians. Line up the Catholic Church, the Anglican Church, and all the major Christian faiths who are going to come out with the cardinals, the archbishops, and the popes who are going to come furiously at your throat on that policy. They will say it's the most unchristian thing you've done, and Christians will fight you on that. I mean, this is what I'm saying when people glibly, and I'm not saying you, and this is the reason I raised it, when they say it's 1 million or they're saying 2 million people. People aren't saying we've got to. I know you're saying great. They're saying
no. Beck Freedom is saying 2 million.
Well, so Scotty
is saying 2 million. Scotty Challenge.
But she also says she's Christian, but she's not Christian. I think the problem we have in Australia. The problem we have in Australia is we don't have enough houses.
Thank you.
And it's unchristian for us to not look after our own family.
Rami, right, exactly. Why would we bring in people to the country when we can't literally house our own people in the country?
Correct. And that's why we are going to reduce these numbers. We should reduce it and have, while we reduce it, we said we're going to get only good skilled workers coming to Australia. We should also not forget that there are vulnerable people overseas, and we that require a humanitarian asylum. I think we should still have that take. It shouldn't be as crazy as it has been for the past couple of decades, because we can't afford it. Other countries have to do the same thing we're doing, okay, to give them an opportunity at life and a chance at life, only if they are truly at risk of losing their life or at risk of whatever. Because most of the people who come here claiming that they're running away from war or, blah, 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 most of them are lying. I mean, when I first came here to Australia, we flee the war, and I was just a kid, and they tried to kidnap me because I was a Christian, and same things happened to my family. But the first thing I realized here in Australia when I came, there were at the area where I was staying in Sydney, there were so many hairdressers in the area. Second to that, that business was like nail salons, and third to that was migration office that write bullshit story writers. Their job, it was so popular because their job was to make up a story for somebody overseas to come over. Okay. So all these migration officers will make up bullshit. So what you need is, again, like, as a Christian nation, because we are a Christian nation, we have to be humble and we have to be hospitable, like, for the needy. There are really people that need help, but there are 90, like, I would just throw a random number, but they're probably 70% who are lying about it. So we can reduce that number, but for the people that say zero migration, they're out of their depth, because A, we need the worker, and B, we need to not lose our humanity. And as Christians, we need to, look after these people who are...
Yeah, it will never be zero, Rami. It will never be zero. Even if people think, hey, zero is the right number. No, if we can knock it off from
there's no harm in being
down to 10,000, it's going to be very noticeable.
There's no harm in being zero for 5 years, though.
No, of course not. But there will be exceptions made. Because
I
remember,
think-
Bob, there could be a lady in Uganda who had her hand chopped off.
No, well, I do remember we had an argument once when you said you wouldn't accept that woman who had her hand cut off and
Because-
her kids killed in front of her.
Because why?
An African Christian woman who'd been attacked by... You don't remember this discussion?
Yeah,
We
no,
have
no.
this-
What was my reasoning for why she shouldn't jump the queue for people lined up to come to the country?
Remind me. I don't think there is any good reason, but remind me.
Because I believe, and it was a tragic circumstance. So he had a mother, and she watched her children beheaded or, had their
Killed in front of her,
killed in front of her.
Yeah.
And then she had her hands chopped off.
Or a hand chopped off, yes.
So she wasn't going to be useful in the workforce going forward. She was traumatized.
Well, that's a real
and she'd
Christian
suffered
attitude.
a severed limb.
I mean,
Then I have to, yeah.
I'm sorry, that's the exact compassionate grounds you would bring a person in if you...
Would you say?
Wait a second.
Would you say Jesus would take the same stance? Because we all should be following.
Hold up. No, I'm right there with you, gentlemen. But what I was trying to portray is I was trying to say, obviously, she'd suffered a circumstance in life which was horrific. She'd witnessed her children slaughtered before her, and she'd also had her own hand chopped off in front of her own eyes, whilst her other hand witnessed her hand being chopped off. Correct?
Yeah.
Correct.
Can I switch it before we go on
Horrible.
Can I switch it before we go on the argument? And I'll give you a counter proposal.
Why does she jump the line and become an NDIS recipient?
hold on.
But Bob, go ahead.
Here's my final thought for the night. Instead of, I agree wholeheartedly on the visas that have expired, criminals, all that sort of thing, get them out of the country. But when we're talking 2 million people, 3 million, whatever the number is, that's a minority of those people. You're still talking a vast majority of people, and we bring up our Western culture. Western culture was built on Christianity. It was built on the first Christians that overcome the Roman Empire to make the Roman Empire Christian. That's what Western civilization is all about. It's what our forefathers built. It's what we're on here. Why wouldn't we, and I'll put this proposal before, instead of taking the dramatic step of remigration, of a whole bunch of people who could be innocent. And in fact, you would have a bunch of innocent people in that number that you're doing something pretty horrendous to. Why not proclaim Australia as a Christian country and say all our laws will be based on Christianity? You can have whatever faith you are, but in our schools, Christianity will be taught. In our courts, Christianity will be observed. In our parliaments, Christianity will be observed. To be standing for government and to go into parliament, you will swear on a Christian Bible, and you put Christianity in front of all the atheists, all the Muslims and whatever, and do your very best. And this is what I think Jesus would want, to convert as many of those people you want to deport into Christians, and we find a humane way to resolve our housing crisis, which is on the horizon, which is what we talked about earlier. In 5 to 10 years, if we get in the front foot of AI and robotics, you will have a workforce that could actually build that extra housing for us. You might have to freeze things.
Ask Rami, Bob.
Ask Rami what?
I'll tell you something. Like I said, like I speak the language. I speak Arabic. Okay.
Yes.
And I watch all these videos every single day of what's the most appealing. I don't know if you've lost me, if you can still hear me.
No, I can hear you, mate. I can hear.
Okay, so my headphones died. But I would be making this statement and leaving because I can't hear you guys. I'll just say this. So I watch Arabic videos every single day. Nobody knows what's going on there as much as I do.
No.
And if you make one thing that gets migrants to choose to come to Australia, especially migrants that are absolutely not beneficial for Australia, is how appealing Australia is to them. Why is it appealing? Because number one, the first thing that they talk about, let's go to Australia. It's free money. They give us free money. Even if we don't work, they give us money. Number two is their law allows for, it's soft on crime. So like there's no risk being taken. And so on and so on. So there's all these appeals that that they see and they want to come to this country because of it. So what you just said now, Bob, about making the country Christian in every aspect, that's the most unappealing thing for most of these migrants that don't want to come here because, problem solved. And you can do so many things just like this that would solve the problem without having to go over numbers and run campaigns. And no. Just you do a few things, fix here and there, and the problem would solve itself. We don't have to pick and choose and knock on doors and all that sort of stuff.
The Fourth Crusade.
Okay, so since you guys, I can't hear you anymore, I'm gonna leave with that. But it was very nice chatting to you guys and be here. I'll see you on the next one. And yeah, much respect and shout out to the chat. Good night, guys.
So, Bob, was Rami just talking about the Fourth Crusade and how
yes,
he thought the best way to solve the problem, because there is no political solution, is to bring about the Fourth Crusade, wherein men of the Christian faith will mount horses with swords until their AK-47 runs out of ammunition.
I don't think you have to necessarily have a crusade like that, but why not?
And swipe off the heads of anyone who wasn't close to them.
No, mate. I think you've taken an inch and stretched it a mile.
Literally, no, fair enough. No, but seriously, Bob. Okay, so let's imagine one nation.
Before you start on the last point, I've got to share this. It's from Cassini. He's come up with my punishment. Cassini, Bob, your punishment: go to the next pro-Palestinian rally. I like that one. Not a chance. Give me a call. I'll ring you. Oh, God. Sorry, Ben. Keep going. You there? Ben? Benny?
Yeah, mate. That's a appropriate punishment. Just give him a call on his birthday, Bob. Just let him know. Hey, listen, I'll call you on your birthday. I'll set a date on Christmas or whatever it is. Because honestly, man, it's what you don't realize, Bob. You're a star, mate, and you've been hosting a show for some time. You got fans out there who just watch, and majority of your audience would never participate in chat because they'd be horrified. And then even a smaller amount of that people who would be involved in chat would ever speak to you publicly. But then if one can be afforded the opportunity to speak to you publicly, or at least privately in this case for the person we're speaking about, yeah, man, you'll make their day. It'll be what? I'm speaking with Bob, and they'll have questions for you, Bob.
No, that's fine. I'll happily talk to Cassini. He seems to have accepted it in good faith. So yeah, we'll reach out. Hey mate, I think we've all had our last thoughts, and it's I think just gone over midnight or close to.
What about Beck? What about Beck Freedom and the whole breakdown of Beck Freedom and Hugo? I think they're going to do National Rally on August 30th. Which is going to be all about mass deportation. But instead of mass deportation, now it's been transferred over to MFA, March for Australia, and it's a free speech demonstration. And Beck and her cohorts have been told to take a backward seat, and she's publicly acknowledged that she will take a backward seat and allow whatever proceedings are going to take place that day to proceed, and she will not be involved. But she is imploring her people to go along and be involved. What are your thoughts on that, Bob?
I disagree with Beck on a number of things, but I sympathise with Beck on that one. I mean, that was her baby. She did it. I've lost a lot of respect for Hugo. The reason I have is because I've been set up like that myself. So I know what Beck has gone through. This is something she built. And whether you agree with it or not, to take it away from her in that manner, that doesn't speak well of anyone. So on Hugo's defense, I don't know the whole ins and outs of it, but I've read a very interesting post on Hugo's background. No, I'm pretty uncomfortable with it. I know Beck, and listen, good on Beck. I mean, it's very, like I said, I disagree with a lot of policy and ideology, but for a person to be so magnanimous, I can't even say that word, but to say go along anyway after you've had something very close to you torn away, that's to her credit that she's done that. Not many people could have done it. I don't like it. I don't like the way she was sabotaged. I mean, there's other ways you can go about it. But from my understanding, from what I've read from Beck's posting, he's basically took over the communications and the website and all that sort of thing. And he's changed everything that they were organising. They've isolated Beck out of it. I think that's pretty shameful. And, Beck, I mean, it's like, mate, if you came on here and took over the podcast and did all that and, you started running it instead of doing your own thing. If Hugo wanted to do his own thing, he should have done what Scott Challen did, split apart, run his own thing. Then that's more noble and leave Beck with hers. Another one, I'm not a big fan of Monica Schmidt. For different reasons, I disagree with her. But Reignite Democracy is her baby. I don't think anybody should be able to go in and take that from her or whatever you do. I mean, we've all got capabilities that we can do our own thing. We don't need to be stealing these organisations or these thoughts or these ideologies off other people just to have them for ourselves. I'm very uncomfortable with it, to be honest. That's my thoughts.
Say good night, Bob.
Am I saying good night? Do you agree or disagree with me?
I agree, mate.
Yeah, okay. Good. Then that's a good place for us to finish. And a bit of good old Aussie unity, Benny. Hey, how's Clive going?
He's sailing, mate.
Mate, I have when you are a hard man to contact. I've tried ringing you a few times, but I have a unique opportunity at my way I could do with someone like Clive very quickly. That's what I've been trying to pursue you. So, mate, if you got some time, ring me tomorrow or Thursday.
Will do.
All right, buddy. I'm going to let you go because I've got to go to bed. Thanks to everybody who's been commenting. I've got to finish off my tag. God bless you. God bless your kids. God bless your grandkids. God bless your pets. God bless this country. And this discussion and engaging in debate and conversation and chats can only help us get better. Anyway, on that note, good night, everyone. And good night, Ben.